Yat Bene. Good morning. This is Brian Parrish.
Good morning. Who's all on the line right now?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Brian Parrish. Yat Bene.
Hello, Brian. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good to hear your voice, sir.
Oh, yes. Good morning to you, Brian. How's everything out in Flagstaff? Did you get a lot of snow?
We did. We got about 2.5, almost 3 feet, which we desperately needed. So it was a blessing to receive all the moisture.
Wow. I wish we would have got that snow where my cows are at. Then I don't have to be hauling water this summer after that.
Yeah, I know. That's tough.
Yep.
Good morning,
Peggy,
Chairman. This is Ramona.
Good morning, Ramona. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay.
Morning, Mr.
I'm on the
Rana.
line.
Good morning, Brian. I believe it's just only us three for now. I haven't heard anyone else coming on the line. No delegates. No other delegates have called in yet, Chairman.
Okay. I'll be on the line. I'm waiting for my breakfast burrito here at Stagecoach Cafe in Rama.
Okay.
Good morning, hey everybody. Bradley with Navajo Gaming.
Good morning, Perfilia. This is Peggy. Good morning, Brian and Ramona and Chair. I think there are about nine callers on this call already this morning.
Peggy.
Yes.
This is Perfilia. Happy Glonso Day.
Glonso, huh? That's cool. Happy Groundhog Day to you too.
Miss Peggy, thanks for all your help, ma'am. It's good to hear your voice.
Oh, you're welcome. It's good to hear both of you too. It's been a while, huh?
Yes, ma'am, it has too long.
Yes. I'm hoping that you guys got a lot of snow. I thought I heard, just right when I was getting on the call, heard something about some snow in Flagstaff.
Yes, ma'am. We got about 2.5 feet, maybe a little more than that. So it's been a real blessing for us. We've needed it so desperately.
That's cool. We have snow still on the ground here in Window Rock. Other places, it looks like it didn't even snow, but even driving to Gallup, they didn't get as much snow as we did here. We only got, I think, about maybe 5 inches or less. We measured it at one time where it was 5 inches, but it's still sitting on the ground. So anything we can get is good, huh?
Absolutely.
So I guess we're just going to wait for 3 more members to call in, and then we'll be ready to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're
Good
welcome.
morning. This is Brent Nelson calling in from Department of Education.
Okay, Brent. Good. You're with the Middle Mile Strategic Plan.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I'm going to be presenting that strategic plan, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And if you have other presenters that are going to be with you, I just put others because I wasn't sure who all was going to be presenting. So maybe you can enlighten the committee and just let them know, okay, I have so and so and so and so. They can talk when you ask them to, I guess, when it's their turn to present.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Good morning. This is Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty. Thank you. I'll be on mute.
Good morning, Shadeza. It's good to hear your voice. And we have Chair Henio is also on the call. So thus far, we only have 2 members called in. We have the Gaming Enterprise and also the Net Education on the call as well. And we have Ramona.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm also participating in a work session with Law and Order and HES regarding rehabilitation centers. So I'll be on mute and we'll wait for quorum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Shema. This is Delegate Brown. I'm on the line.
Okay, good morning, Shiaj. How are you?
I am good. Just
Alrighty.
multitasking as well.
Oh, okay. You guys, there's three committee members so far. Chair Henio, yourself, and Amber Crotty that have called in. So we're just waiting for one more committee member and we'll have quorum.
Morning. This is Delegate Elmer McGay.
Oh, okay. We have quorum now then. Chair Henio. Good morning, Sujat.
Oh, yeah, this is well.
How are you doing?
Mizuna? Apenda Juni Anashila.
Sunjana.
Migishi to hada sofigi.
Oh, Perfilia. Hello, Yena, today.
Good morning, Shiaz, Nathaniel, Otto, Elmer. Happy long day. Asha, what?
She what that because my daughter was asking me, my grandson too, Groundhog Day. She you guess no. Halla edo kon halla da son hit loading here. Halla would this no. It be at the house is because of it. Not size that but it's a good one though, Annie, today.
Chair Henio, we have 4 members present now, including you. Hello.
Peggy, who's all on the line? BNF members again?
We have Chair Henio, and then we have Delegate Crotty, Delegate Brown, and yourself. So we have 4 members present.
Jimmy yellow hair siya is ato. Ato sun di na ta.
Ito ato holnet da.
Ano siya? Kasi sun na.
Shut Piggy, this is Delegate Crotty. While we're waiting, is there any written documentations that we should be reviewing prior to the reports or legislation? Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair is on the line for the records.
Okay. Do one of you want to just do pro tem? If Chair said that he was buying his burrito or something, so he might be doing that. And we can get started, but I do have a document from the gaming enterprise that I could send out to you. They're asking to be providing a report. They want to be added to the agenda as well as the E911. And for the middle mile strategic plan, Brent, I don't know if you guys have a document that you need to email out, or has it already been emailed out? So I can send those to you. And then since we have 5 on the call, maybe you can select pro tem. If Chair's occupied doing something, then we can go ahead and get started.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. I'd like to nominate Mr. Elmer Begay for time being.
This is Chair Inyo right here.
Oh, okay. Well,
let Elmer run the meeting so I can
go ahead and make a stuff. How about
it's Ramona. Let's do a roll call.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was getting my breakfast burrito inside this little cafe in Rema. So,
here you go.
Ramona, you do roll call?
Okay, I'll be expecting my burrito in an hour.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council special meeting, Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. Jamie Hino, and your location, please.
I'm present here in Rema, New Mexico.
Thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith, Jr., and your location, please. Raymond Smith, Jr.
Chairman and members of the committee, for the record, Vice Chair Smith has asked to be excused today.
Okay.
Continue on, Ramona. Go ahead.
Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please.
I'm present. I'm heading to Windrock.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay. Amber Kinesbach Crotty. Sorry.
Yeah, Delegate Amber Kinesbach Crotty. I'm calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Shadeja. Thank you. Nathaniel Brown, and your location, please.
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown. I am calling in from Kayenta. I'm on the road currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Shache. Chairman, we have 4 members present. Raymond Smith Jr. excused and Jimmy Yellowhair not entering to roll call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kehalam, for that roll call, Ramona. And Vice Chair Smith will be joining us later on. He's busy in St. John's attending the San Apache County Commission meeting. He says, text me saying that he'll be joining us later once he's done with his business down there. So with that, let's move forward. And my committee members, just one thing, I think maybe Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair might give us some more information, but he had sent me text and this kind of disheartening news about our former president Albert Hale, that he might have passed. I was trying to verify that too with some friends down in Phoenix, but that's just kind of if it is true, just keep his family in your prayers. This morning, Chair. Elmer Begay.
Chair, yeah, good morning, that's what I heard too this morning, so I text some people that are very close to him. So they said it's not true then. So the family
it's not true?
So, but yeah, he is in the hospital. He is at that. So that's what happened to me, so I don't want to, people were asking me at the same time again, so I was doing some verifications. So, but you know.
Good. Good. That's really good to hear, but still keep him in your prayers for speedy recovery then, Kashina. With that, this morning, invocations, Shina, Doug Elmer Gates is in company hands to you. That's really happy to you.
Kashina, Toledo, members of the BNF committee, and then all the staff there too, people that are on the line. This is share some good thoughts about visiting some old people, what they think about today. But the snow that was never this kid. It's say, yeah, the hat neck. I don't know that don't know, I don't know if it's other got down, no, yeah, Asha and you hut edo hutza, don't know what other hat neck. And they could cannot get it, though I wrote that with Aja. Oh, the hand, oh, that, hey, to share this with you is that. I think Batson does what the hand that all Mr. Bahan that then other video a good asking there, like they did, I think, Yansa that casing. So a don't know a yaqa. So yet a nasty listen to the nitin. Later, yet it near a yahatne can help get it. Today, Abidjido stay down is Tado couldn't shout that jazz. Need the Senato on the acres that Akidan Lido, Totatan Lido, that is, Sunday could a yacht in a house legal. Slash little, are a gin of lunch is enough loud ergo, and he hold me quite. Nika a hood. I think that I'm either yet is it on Nila. Either it's one shared it with you. So it would been to that case, been had that done long, but what that done long. Or that the region that color, you could have done with cheese and had little. It is just want to share it with you. My members, how they are based on the need even a shame. Or then it's a article. Because you know, to the Zendigi, the Behati still. John Lodis, نوستاني منله أرني تخيط الكل تيجين دنيا نصون دي بني بيجي كونده أرو كون هاي الكاس بيجي نهودت ليش نهود سو جالس بيجي هون نصون نل كونده هاشتي تيجينه دارو بيت زون وهاد أدي يا إيكون بها هادت نل كونده إبك أهاي يكون نحيا وين نحيا جنيتله أرون دا إيكون نحيتو نيتلن لكونده أرون نحيي نيتلن لكونده أهاد أدي يا إيكون in de neer nation dat die ahuitjin le konde ishi betahan net do hotat eshin de bada jitan lido konde ahot ade ya ekon ndal do ado shin konde tahad do shin ahot ade shin ekon bekinda de do shin hot ashin hotat ya ekon ahot de la konde ekon ahuitjin hasuisan initle nch aya halchi aje ekon hon slondo lik aje des Ari neto stido li juta no adi kon yata le konde do khade ta da ni de kon akwa hon shondo li akwa she ja hon yando li adi ya stido li ishi dat edo kon dat
what kan fish also just started on
Delegate Yellen here. Can you mute your phone? Delegate Elmer Begay is leading us in prayer this morning.
What I told them, they called the Utis out of Pacherato, which Yachit, Honile. Asian Adits, Achi Honit Londo, this down, no, that the Yatas, the Conde. So the gen, the combination of this Nikido, I would answer case of this, what are you dance of this, the Conde. The gen, the con enabling, the Conde to the with the Conde. Abahani that I conta to hold this. I would end the long conde. Yes, chill, total has changed over years. And long conde econ, but is in there, but is in Pele, but is tired in it, is the conde. But is tired in it, the conde. But is because the yeah, I have twin long hoyers in the conde. Ede Benadil is all but that ho. En de kombe trozo, de linki konde hik atet not little. Na niet lo, niet aan na het lo do dit. En nou we die niet do dit, jeno, dat ik kon gaan na jo pat do dit. Lego, na do dit. Niet ja, linki konde en de konde niet li, dan linki kon. Jena die do in leje. Ado konat of de net dan linki do konde na de hat ot leg. Ado kon ze de net dan linki do na de hat ot leg. Beklagen niet iedereen, ben iets nadat lidolis, niet nadat het londolis. Of het adekon je dat het of het adekon in het dak Christen de kon. Die jibbenet lidolis de konde. Of het ala dat het een zo dat op het dus ook ayeltioda. Hasin zo de kon. Ja of het aan zak Christen zijn de konde. Die jin de kon benas lidolis has we staan het KJK de weer change. Die gender children, John, combination of the Cody gender, a best of yard and robber, public the need either bar with young holders, they don't hear now, long now holders, so this. The hold the HD in heat art, than Hayat, it or the heat, Nahat or Seatless, to the bed, bear, Hadid to the bear, bear, HD in Higi. Ananat edolis, but I did gin the con, had the conde, but are they a con, the Hadigan has under conde. Just an arge conde, Todan Lige in the conde. Just not us on a rim, has not just and the conde. Be it the Hadigan, because the Hadigan, Billet has the Hadigan, and the conde, because there's not as Anna need the conde. I see. Dat chin dan logi dat die kaz dat die k evik je konde je nou dat je laat konde je dat betreft je dat ge je niet aan dat lo je tot dat de laat squisaan in de konde en niet door dit de konde die jin de konde dat je konde die jin had dit wat ade je kon het die door de gezond door dit ne zo je het is de kon hoje nasle door de hoje nasle
Hala. Juno Hatsudin Zedi Binibi Fakil Siego Cap. Ado Kadeya also the Katodi. Ado good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members on the call again. Ado Shnat Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Are you on the call now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the line right now. Finally get back on the line for the records.
Your locations are there. London, no?
Opinion chapter house is that's the Conrad on
it. Opinion chapter house. Agashi, Igahana. Ado Dikadeya, a regular meeting for February 2nd, 2021. Ado groundhog. I think I was in the area. The shadow you start no honey, is she? Is she at this? Is she at this? That you can nickname the groundhog. Let's move forward. With our agenda. Recognizing guests and visiting official. 24th Nomination Council delegates. Is there anybody on the line? Tanita, we have our staff, Ms. Peggy Nakoy and Ramona Nelson on the line with us right now, helping us out. Ado, our principal attorney, Ms. Kristen Lowe, is also on the line. I heard her earlier. And then Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas on the line. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Mel. How are you doing? Any of your colleagues on the line with you besides you?
Good morning, Chair Henio and delegates. This is Ajua, also from TFU.
Okay, good morning, Ajua.
Good morning. This is Rudy and I, also from TFU.
Okay, Rudy, good morning. And then do we have any other, do we have legislative branch staff on the line? I believe we usually have either Byron Shorty or Donovan on the line. Any legislative branch staff, speakers office staff? Okay. Although the office of the controller, do we have anybody from the office of the controller on the line?
The controller is John too.
Nobody from the controller's office?
Point of privilege, Chairman Henio. I don't know who made that comment, but I would hope as chairman that you would not allow those comments and that we maintain some decorum in this meeting. Thank you.
That's right. I was trying to figure out that voice, and as I was speaking, if hopefully that voice comes back calm, and then that way I can point that person out. I can't allow for pointing that out. Shananta, Delegate Amber Crowdy, because that's inexcusable for those type of comments, and if it's coming from one of our colleagues on Budget and Finance, please, that's not public data when we do start doing that. So, do we have the controllers, anybody from the controller's office on the line?
Robert Willie here and Brent Wanika. Good morning.
Good morning, Robert Willie and Ms. Brent Wanika. Thank you for being on the line with us. Do we have anybody from the Office of Management and Budget on the line?
Good morning. Good morning, sir. This is Delegate Yellow here. Good morning. Shukroya Vice President Bill Yazito on behalf of Black Mesa. All 5 chapters at Black Mesa for Slave Pinion, Whippoorwill, and Hartgett areas. I'd like to say on behalf of that, good morning. We just finished our Pinion chapter meeting this morning, and Mr. Bill Yaz, Vice President, is listening to also. Thank you very much. Otto, thanks for a good prayers to Mr. Elmer K. Have a really good one too. Thank you, Kat. Honorable Kat.
Delegate, you'll hear. You have your phone on speaker, please mute your phone so we don't hear any comments. Anybody from the Navajo Nation OPVP office is on the line?
Chair,
Anybody from the office is present? Yes.
Chair, from OMB, it's Cordell. Cordell Shorty's on the call.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Cordell, if you can hear me.
Chair Henio,
yes,
Chair Henio, this is Dominic Bial, OMB.
Good morning, Dominic. Good to hear you. Glad you're on the call with us. Is there anybody from any of the other legislative branch offices, or executive branch office, or judicial branch offices on the line this morning with us?
Good morning. This is Pearl Lee, Program Manager with Navajo Nation Telecommunications Utilities.
Good morning. Good morning. And I believe we do have, yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Chair Haney, go ahead.
Who's this?
Yes, good morning. This is Brent Nelson. I'm with the Department of Education, presenting the Middle Mile Strategic Plan for Navajo Nation Broadband. Thank you.
Kashina, good morning, Brent. I believe we do also have Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise on the line. I heard Brian Parrish earlier, Ms. Ophelia Bradley earlier announcing themselves on the line. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Ashley's on the line from Office of Navajo Tax Commission.
Good morning, Marty. Good morning. Welcome to our meeting. I was waiting to hear your voice. Good morning. Anybody else?
Good morning, Chair. This is Lamardo Azaret, General Services.
Good morning. Good morning, Lamardo. Good morning.
Good morning,
Chair. Good morning, Chair.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. So sorry. This is Christine McLean with Navajo Gaming.
Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee. Edward D. with Government Development is also on the line.
Okay, good morning, Edward. Anybody else on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the BNF Committee. This is Michelle Dotson from Navajo Gaming.
Oh, good morning, Michelle. Okay, I believe that might be everybody. Now let's move forward with our agenda here. We do have a proposed agenda before us. Peggy, if you read the proposed agenda into the record for us.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is your proposed agenda for February 2nd, 2021. It's a regular meeting. Presiding is Jamie Hinyo, Chairperson. Place is via teleconference. Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan presented by Brent Nelson, System and Programming Manager, Department of Education, member of the Navajo Cyber Team, and others. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0011-21. 8, closes the session, written announcements, adjournment, and the next regular meeting is February 16, 2021.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
This is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second?
Is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So for the record, we have a motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, a second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, and therefore, Kadeya committee members, any comments, questions, or additions or deletions to the proposed agenda as read?
Chair.
I believe. Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, good morning. I was running back and forth with the tractor official right here in Pinion, Arizona. I'd like to request if I'm in the right order, request add on a Navajo Gaming Enterprise Gaming Committee. Mr. Parrish, CEO, to report from Gaming Enterprise. Reported on this. He's going to call this stuff.
Magashina, there is a motion for amendment number 1 to add a report from Navajo Gaming Enterprise on the line to the report section. With that, amendment number 1, is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds that. Okay, committee members, any other questions or comments? Amendment number 1.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman Henio. I logged onto our Zoom so that I could assist in monitoring the calls. I think something that if we could talk to our communications team is improving our security on our Zoom calls and our public calls, not to prohibit individuals from calling in, but at least monitor and know then who's disrupting the meetings. With that in mind, I would like to ask modification. If we could add on our agenda the last action item to request a report from Police Chief Philip Francisco and Lieutenant regarding the Navajo Nation E911 proposal. I'd like to request to have that report on February 16th. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to request that modification.
Magashina, so yeah, that's to add on to today's agenda. Is that what I'm thinking? I think I heard that.
Yes, Chair, modification to add on to today's agenda
Okay.
as the last action item to schedule the report from Police Chief. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Just to add on that report for the February 16 meeting.
Yes, Chair, just so that we're in order to give proper notification, and the police chief is reporting to Law and Order and HES right now, and so we'll defer to the next Budget and Finance meeting. Thank you, Chairman. And if they can agreed to modify.
Agashina. With that, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, requesting to modify your motion to add an action item is to request a report from the Navajo Division of Public Safety Police Chief Francisco and the Lieutenant to give a report on the Navajo Nation E911 system on February 16th. The agenda Bacado. Leave note we request to modify. Ashmiga.
Biga, hey, she's on the ski or Biga. Yeah.
Okay.
Shmaya's crowd.
Kushina, with that, Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown as a second. Ashwiga.
Yes, Abiga.
Kushina, Biga. Any other reports or new business items to be added on the agenda? Shenandoah Delegate here.
Yeah, there's none. Chair. Out of my college Budget and Finance Committee. This is one of the very important to us, each one of us, as some funds that was approved by 23rd Councilman. There's a year 1, year 2, 3 double cut worksheet. Add on to another column or 2 columns. We'd like to give us we need a budget balance for each one. Expenditures and budget balance that pertains to that system based on that 23rd Councilman. Hey, we should get that report and maybe the next meeting.
Delegate here. Are you asking to have to put the controller on the report then?
Yeah, I want to report on that one, the expenditure report, sales and fund. It's not available, so I do respectfully request maybe the next meeting, we could get it from a controller clerk, to the,
So you're modifying your motion to add nomination controller to the report. As a Kashina, that would be item. We have item A, and then item B, though. That would be item B on the report for nomination controller to give us a report. And regarding the citizen, is it CAP 6518?
well, our regular citizen fund to get our 23rd complement. It is on a. I don't have the worksheet with me today. I wish I have it with me. I'm going to go through by column, but I don't have it today. I don't think also next meeting though. I'd like to meet with the controller first. After this is how I want it and we want it, so we can have a good report from controller today. Thank you.
Kashina. So are you still want to put her on the report today? The controller's office on the report today, or do you wish to wait till the next meeting?
Wait until the next meeting. I would like to meet with her first, with her staff, today. Next meeting. Thank you.
We'll do that. And Peggy, did you note that as far as the controller office to be on the report for the February 16th meeting?
What was the report about, Chair? I didn't catch that.
It's regarding questions regarding CAP 6518 and regarding the first, second, third, and fourth year expenditures.
Oh, you mean CAP 3518? Is that what?
Oh, 3518. Oh, the Citizen
CAP
Project
35,
funding.
CAP 3518, the 100 million that went to the chapters. Okay.
So put that on February 16th. Make that notation. Position committee members, any other questions or comments regarding our proposed agenda? We do have amendment number 1 with 2 items under amendment number 1. Maybe Delegate Yeller here. If we could also still, on your amendment number 1 motion, if you could still have the controller give the Budget and Finance Committee a report regarding over the weekend what was signed by the president, and maybe we could.
Call me back.
Okay. All right.
Can you mute your phone, Shananta? Delegate Yeller here. Delegate Yeller here. Can you mute your phone?
I was unmuted, but now I'll put it back unmuted now.
I was asking if you could still in your amendment, can you still add the controller onto today's report to give us information regarding what was signed over the weekend, heavy equipment expenditures again.
That's very important too.
No, that's item C. That's item C though, Dave. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I think we might have lost signal.
Are we
Chair,
voting? I vote green.
Chair, they're multitasking.
Hold on. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. What we're doing is amendment number 1. We're still in amendment number 1, and there's a request to add the controller onto the report as item C. Or item B, no, item C, I'm sorry. Item C, as far as giving us information as far as expenditure plan for the heavy equipment allocation that was signed into law. So you're holding the second.
Okay, that sounds good. I agree with that.
With that, committee members, any other comments or questions regarding our proposed agenda?
Chair, this is Peggy. Can you clarify? Can you clarify what you mean by what was signed this weekend? Please,
the heavy equipment allocation. The heavy equipment. Heavy equipment allocations of water. Hold on. Let me finish. The heavy equipment allocation and water project expenditure plan that council had passed, I believe, and then even it was signed over on Saturday by President Nez into law. That's what I'm referring to.
That's CJA-01-21.
I believe
that's
so.
What you're talking about. All right.
Oh, Akushina, thank you. And they're on the line too, so they're probably writing their notes down. Akushina, amendment number 1, we do have motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Shananta. Delegate Nathaniel Brown to add a report, item B, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and also the second item is an action item to notify the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety, Navajo Police Department Chief Francisco and the Lieutenant to provide us committee a report on February 16th on the Navajo Nation E911 proposal. And then the third item under amendment number 1 is to add a report. Item C, the controller's report regarding CJA-01-21 ADE. So with that, committee members, with that though, I'll call for the question on amendment number 1. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Although Vice Chair Smith is excused this morning. Delegate Ember Canals Bakrati. Delegate Amber Canals Bakrati.
Apologize. Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Green dole.
With that, committee members, there's a vote on amendment number 1, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. With that, we do have amendment number 1 added back to the main motion on our agenda. Are there any further questions or comments on the agenda? We do have an agenda with one amendment to add 2 items to the report, and also 1 action item for consideration. With that, committee members, we'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chair Smith is excused. Delegate Amber Canals Bakrati. Delegate Amber Canals Bakrati. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
This is Delegate Brown.
Yes. On the main motion with 1 amendment. How do you vote?
Yes, I agree. I vote green. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Going back up. Delegate Amber Canals Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Thank you, Chair.
With that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and we do have an agenda with 1 amendment before us. With that, let's move forward. Okay, let's move it forward to the next item on our agenda is journals. There are no journals before us. Next item on after that is the receiving reports, and we do have 3 report items on our agenda, committee members. First one, you get I believe the presenter is available, Mr. Brent Nelson. And so with that, Mr. Nelson, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Chair Henyo, I'm ready. Thank you.
Christina, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council members. Also, this presentation today is on behalf of the Navajo Cyber Team. We're presenting the Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan. She Tolchini so Tohane Basichin Aro Tachini, that's it, she do this chini, that's originally from Kentlichi, Kentlichi, to the BNF committee for allowing us some time to present this important presentation, which summarizes the results of the cyber team's recent efforts. There's also, for the Zoom people, when you're online, you also see the presentation on your screen. So the results and the recommendations of the strategic plan suggest next steps, and we're asking or seeking funding to support the urgent planning of the strategic development of the new broadband infrastructure necessary for the Navajo Nation. The presentation may take up to about 20 to 30 minutes, and after which, we'll be pleased to address any and all of your questions. So, of course, you can stop us at any time with any questions, and you see the agenda before you today. The agenda is outlined before you, as you also have a copy of the presentation. And first, a word about the Navajo Cyber Team. I'd like to say thank you to all the members of the cyber team for their forethought, planning efforts, and commitment. You see the volunteer members on the PowerPoint slide contributing their efforts and labors to improve the Navajo Nation by providing advice, their technical expertise, etc. You also see representatives of the judicial, executive, and legislative branches represented there, and also from our colleges, our NTU and Denton College. And then we also have external consulting entities like America's Communication, Infinity Communications, Magellan Advisors, and some other telecommunication providers. This is an ad hoc group open to the public and private entity, and is recognized informally by the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President. Next slide. So a little bit about our Navajo Cyber Team accomplishments. These are key accomplishments related to broadband and communications. Specifically, the Cyber Team has developed a broadband middle mile plan. They've also developed a draft of the Broadband Act. And we've also submitted applications to the Universal Services USAC with the FCC Administrative Company for the 2020 E-rate funding year. And if approved, we are expected to receive over $50 million for 90 chapters connections for fiber and for 53 Head Start locations. And we're pending FCC USAC funding review. There's also E-rate for the Rama Pine Hill chapter. A contract has been provided to OSO Internet Solutions. And the Cyber Team has also issued an RFP soliciting for the next funding year for the 20 hard to reach chapters. At the end of this presentation, of course, you'll have additional Navajo Cyber Team accomplishments that are listed. Next slide. So, next, a word about our Magellan Advisors. They have supported Navajo's broadband planning efforts since October 2019. They're supported by the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and the NNTU.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Chair.
Delegate Elmer, you gave. What's your point of privilege?
My point of privilege is the person presenting the education, is he going by do we have a presentation that was given to us? So that's why I wanted to, I'm looking at it there. Where's he at now? Right here, presentation. I was looking at that there.
Mr. Nelson?
Well, thank you for that question. You do have the presentation. I think they were emailed to you a couple days ago. But I'll go ahead and go with the slides. I'm sorry about that. I'm on slide 5, which is the broadband middle mile strategic planning slide.
Did you get that?
Okay, I'm looking at it. Yeah, there's a planning assumption.
That's a slide after this one. We're at the slide before that one. We're on the it should be titled Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Okay, so as I had mentioned, we have a partnership with Magellan Advisors, and part of the engagement initiatives included an evaluation assessment that was prepared by America's Communication. The Magellan team also developed on behalf of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and prepared the Navajo Nation Middle Mile Strategic Plan that we are discussing today. That if implemented, would ultimately deliver high-speed, fiber-based telecommunication services across the Navajo Nation to the chapter houses, to education, to healthcare, public safety, and government facilities. The partnership also with Magellan is also in the process of developing a solicitation request for a public and private partnership to deliver last mile broadband services. Magellan also has completed substantial mapping of infrastructure data sets and analysis of the build out of the Navajo network. We'll see examples later and include high level cost estimates to deploy the network. Next slide, please, or slide 6. So here we have some planning assumptions. First, high-speed broadband is essential service to all Navajo tribal members. This has been made apparent and reinforced by the COVID-19 pandemic. And second, it will require the collaboration and partnership with Navajo enterprise organizations, specifically Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, for assets and for technical support. Today, the cyber team has not been able to engage with them as much as we would like. Third, it requires collaboration partnerships with eligible telecommunication carriers, such as Sacred Wind, N2AW, Frontier Communications, Cellular One, the names that you're familiar with here on Navajo. Then we also have the broadband initiatives will also require the support of Navajo Nation groups, including all 4 of the 24th Navajo Nation Council committees, Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. They also will require the support of Navajo Land Department to coordinate accelerated approvals of right-of-way and permits, tower access perhaps with the vertical bridge, conduit and fiber with Arcadia Infracom. All of these are important for deploying a network. Next slide, please. And so here's looking at the primary plan recommendations. First, the recommendation is that the Navajo Nation should develop its own middle mile network. I know you've heard of middle mile versus last mile networks, and I think having a clear definition here would be sufficient. So middle mile network is a network that provides data transport to and from internet and operations centers, connecting to internet service points of presence. And for Navajo Nation, we believe that infrastructure should be fiber optics. Now, the last mile of the local are the local service providers to customer premises, from the middle mile network point of presence to your home. So the last mile may be wired or wireless. And these are the people who support you and who we pay your bills to. The second recommendation is to improve operations and governance. We are strongly recommending the creation of a broadband office with funding from the Navajo operating budget that will be dedicated to the deployment and operations of a new broadband network. We are also asking to formalize the Navajo Cyber Team as a broadband technology advisory group, again with the funding from the Navajo operating budget. We are also asking to strengthen the NNTRC regulatory compatibilities with respect to broadband. The third class of recommendation is to partner with providers to offer last mile customer broadband service, leveraging the middle mile network that we're recommending. And last, the benefits of a middle mile network owned by the Navajo Nation, and all the detailed plan recommendations are outlined at the end of the presentation. So these are both written up in detail in full plan. Next slide, please. We're on slide 8, the middle mile broadband network. So these next 2 slides depict conceptual of what Navajo Cyber Team and Magellan have been proposing for the new broadband middle mile network. At a high level, we have developed planned routes of where the fibers should go to touch all 110 chapters over 2,200 miles of buried underground middle mile to protect against adverse weather and other catastrophes. It will cover all government, education, health, public safety, and government sites. We assumed all new build. The final design may, slightly differ, but note that we're not connecting into any buildings here. We're just touching all 110 chapters. That's the essential aspect of this middle mile network. Now for the last mile, next slide, please. Here's an illustration of the last mile delivery, assuming the wireless 2.5 gigahertz spectrum is used. As you know, NNTRC has secured the use of the spectrum over the entire Navajo Nation from FCC. What we did is mapped out all 207 existing tower sites, as you see in the presentation here, which would be required to provide broadband speeds of 25.3. And what that means is that's 25 megabits per second download speed and 3 megs upload speed to all users using the spectrum. We assume a 15-mile coverage radius around each tower, so it's over 200 towers. We also see that we get almost complete coverage for the nation, except a little bit on the west and a little bit on the south, as you can see on the map there. Of course, this is subject to topography and wireless propagation analysis, and the final design may slightly differ. There may be also other last mile delivery options, but what this would do is, if we were able to deploy the project, this would have almost complete coverage of wireless delivery of broadband services to households and residents and businesses on the Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. We are also proposing some additions to the organization in this organizational chart here that you see before you. As you can see, the blue represents existing organizations, Navajo Nation OP, Office of Controller. The orange box here is the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Of course, their focus remains regulatory, but we are also recommending that we expand to include regulations of broadband providers. The yellow box we're proposing here is a new entity. It's the creation of a broadband office, which would have dedicated resources devoted to broadband build and operations. It's a nice balance that we feel in NTRC for regulations and the broadband office for operations. We're not sure whom it would report to. Likely the executive branch could identify one of the other programs. We're not sure, but that's the red dash line reporting to the Office of the President and Vice President. Now the purple oval, that's the formalized cyber team. We recommend officially be formalized an entity referred to in the plan as the Navajo Nation BTAG, or the Broadband Technology Advisory Group, which provides advice and guidance and technical opinion to the Navajo Nation Council, to the Office of the President and Vice President, to NNTRC, and to the Broadband Office. Only Navajo Nation staff would be members. Consultants and other advisors would only join at the request of Navajo Nation staff members. And then later in the green that you see there, the cyber team recommends creation of a broadband cooperative to collaborate with Navajo and private communication providers to efficiently coordinate services and share plans. And later in yellow, an accounting entity, not an organizational entity, a dedicated enterprise fund. So next slide, please, 11. So avoiding past mistakes, let's highlight 2 lessons learned here from the past experience that we want to avoid in any future missteps. First, it's important that we think about negotiating asset usage and service pricing agreements with our other entities as early as we can, prior to the funding for the assets being committed. These agreements support the use of assets owned by existing entities over which we, as Navajo, have no direct control. We touched on one example earlier, the BTOP fiber owned by NTUA. While the Navajo Nation has the right to use those 12 strands, there are no usage agreements yet in place and no agreements on pricing. The offer is still there, but has not been formalized. Also, for E-rate funding, there are opportunities for providers to place additional fiber or conduit to be owned by Navajo Nation while the E-rate fiber is being placed. I think many of you are familiarized with terminologies of overbills. So we need to start those discussions quickly. The second example is it is critical to plan for federal funding early. It's very fresh in all our minds what happened in 2020. The announcement of the CARES funding for Navajo Nation was made in April, but final decisions were not made on allocations until October, and we ran up against the spending deadline. We would like to avoid that in the planning for these grants, and they will, by recommending that the Navajo Nation start planning early, even as soon as this month. Slide 12, please. Here, let's look at some funding opportunities. Many of you are aware of the HR 133, which is the Joint Appropriations and COVID-19 Relief Effort Bill that was enacted on December 27, 2020. It includes 4 major categories of broadband grant and funding sections, some dedicated to tribal nations. They are detailed here. First, let's focus our attention entitled Grants for Broadband Connectivity. Under Title IX, Section 905, it's for $1 billion and reserved for tribal nations. It will only be on a first come, first served basis. An important planning point here, there is only one application per entity, and it's a very tight timeline. So Navajo Nation must coordinate into a single grant application the projects and funds that it is requesting for a set of broadband infrastructure projects. It is a significant planning effort to prepare for the broadband grant application. The timeline for the grant application is very tight, as you will see here in a few moments. Section 904 is also very interesting because it provides over $3.2 billion nationwide to the U.S. in broadband subsidies, as long as there's COVID-19 emergency. These are some of the, that's similar to like Lifeline, lots of good benefits and increases from today's levels, but it only addresses services where broadband is offered today. Then of course, Section 902 and 903 are not as urgent, but are listed here for later reference. Section 903 provides funding for telehealth, which will likely be the interest of Department of Health. Section 902 will establish a new broadband office connecting minority communities, which includes tribal entities. Both these programs are currently in design and are not urgent. Next slide, please. So let's look at the recommended next steps we are making to you today. First, we would like to finalize and obtain council acceptance of the Middle Mile Strategic Plan. We would like to complete that this month. Second, we'd like to ask for funding for fiscal year 2021 NAVO operating budget for the following efforts. First, establish the broadband office as soon as possible with dedicated resources to focus on operating and managing broadband and fiber infrastructure. We believe that the nation should subcontract additional service to experienced providers in the short term while the nation goes through any hiring process or additional resources that would be added to a newly formed office. Then additional staff will take time to procure, to train, and to define procedures. So leveraging it through purchasing services is the way to go. The second thing is that we want to formalize the cyber team as a BTAG entity. The Broadband Technology Advisory Group is defined in the Broadband Act, which we'll touch base in a bit. It should not remain as an ad hoc entity. Cyber team has no authority today. Again, wherever possible, we should subcontract additional services on the margin if you can't hire them quickly. Third, we want to create a detailed broadband grant projects list. This is very important to support grant applications under Section 905. This will include detailed scope statements along with detailed one-time and recurring estimates or sustainability. Fourth, we want to prepare Navajo Nation grant application for broadband infrastructure. Remember, there can only be one application per entity, and time is of the essence. Next, we would like to request the council to support for participation by our Navajo enterprises, which includes NTUA asset maps. They would like to have discussions of shared services, which would be very, very helpful. And finally, we would like to seek sponsors to draft appropriate supporting legislation. Slide 14. Excuse me, funding requests requested now. Highlights the funding cyber team is seeking now to support the recommendations made on the previous slide. We are seeking $580,000 in funding out of the Navajo Nation FY21 operating budget for the following: to establish a broadband office, we're estimating at $250,000. To formalize cyber team as a BTAG, that's guessing at averaging about $120,000. We also want to finalize project scope and cost estimates in preparation for Section 905 federal grant application, both one-time build and recurring support and maintenance costs. Some of you may know this is as sustainability costs. We estimate the need for $100,000. So for preparing for Section 905 grant application and supporting due diligence efforts required by a federal government, we estimate another $60,000. And finally, for a complete 20-year financial pro forma analysis, we estimate another $50,000. While the $580,000 may look expensive, the nation should look at this as an investment. If the nation fails to take advantage of federal broadband infrastructure grant, the nation will continue depending on commercial providers and a piecemeal approach to providing necessary infrastructure, all of the provider's discretion. Missing this funding opportunity and continuing with status quo may take years to catch up also, if ever, and leave Navajo Nation further behind. Second, having a broadband office will allow nation to focus on broadband and fiber efforts and not depend on part-time efforts or staff. Next, we have a unique alignment of council awareness on the critical need for broadband due to COVID-19. At the completion of the broadband plan and a significant source of one-time available federal funding. Finally, the potential return on investment could be huge. Next slide, please. We are on possible HR 133 grant requests. We see one possible set of broadband infrastructure projects totaling, and this is a very rough estimate of $380 million. Suppose the Navajo Nation asked for $450 million and received $380 million. That would be several hundredfold return on FY21 investments of $580,000, as you can see there in the slide there. Slide 17, please. On the next slide, however, we see the necessary urgency for the nation's actions. First, let's recall that there can only be one application by the nation. Second, according to enacted legislation, federal government will provide guidance on grant applications between January 26th and February 25th, at which point they will outreach to Navajo. They may have already done that. Section 905 grant application must then be submitted within 90 days of the published guidance. At best, the deadline, as we calculate it, suggests that a grant application must be complete and submitted by May 26th before Memorial Day. The deadline may be even sooner. If dates do change, our partners with Magellan will let us know. We should note that the ETCs are also likely already planning and may have approached you, council or OPVP. Next slide, please. Slide 16. Let's look at one detailed project example, one that touches most of the nation. Let's look at distance learning and telework project, which would cover most Navajo students and most teleworkers. We have a preliminary project cost estimate of $56.45 million, which leverages Navajo's 2.5 gigahertz wireless spectrum and uses existing tower infrastructure that already exists, but that may not be owned by others. The 2.5 gigahertz electronics, both receivers and transmitters, are estimated at $22 million for equipment and installation labor. Attachments fees to the tower owners are estimated at $800,000. We assume $4,000 for 200 towers. The project could fund customer premise equipment to be installed in every Navajo home and business to utilize the spectrum to access broadband services. And we estimate that about $60,000 per unit at 300, or $60,000 units at 300 per unit, or 18 million. This project would also include design, engineering, and construction for another 150 miles of fiber. This is estimated at 15.65 million. The project would provide distant learning and telework technology to almost all Navajo children and students. The project would help satisfy NNTRC's licenses obligations to offer service to large segments of the nation. There may be there may be possible be revenue opportunities also by asking sub-licensing of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to NTUAW and Sacred Wind. All of this, of course, is subject to engineering and analysis, and in some areas minimizing problems related to Navajo Nation topography. We want to emphasize that this example is a preliminary estimate. The financial and engineering details must be completely assessed with NNTRC, with Land Department, with tower owners, with NNDIT, and others. Discussions like these on all the projects will require effort, time, and labor. So those services is what's the 100,000 will provide. Excuse me. Slide 18, please. So here's a summary of exhibits here. Due to time constraints that we have today, we won't walk through the rest of the presentation, but you have it in your packages. We will simply highlight the contents of the rest of the presentation. Exhibit A summarizes other cyber team accomplishments. Exhibit B, benefits of the Navajo Nation owned middle mile. Exhibit C summarizes all the detailed middle mile plan recommendations. Exhibit D provides a table of Magellan's cost estimate and new middle mile network, which is approximately 525 million. Exhibit E lists cost saving opportunities through asset sharing and use agreements with others that could significantly reduce the cost of new construction. Exhibit F provides more detail on each of the recommended next steps we reviewed earlier. I want to go back to slide 32, if you have that. So here in slide 32, I want to spend at least a minute or two on the Broadband Act. Exhibit G summarizes the proposed Broadband Act. The act is a draft legislation that includes defining a framework for formalizing governance, oversight, and operational entities for broadband activities on Navajo Nation. We saw some of those changes on the organization chart we reviewed earlier. The act also increases in NTRC's regulatory authority over broadband. We also see creating a broadband cooperative. The draft also suggests changes to the Navajo Nation Code to support broadband, especially in Titles 21, which is under Utilities and Communications, Title 6, Community Development, and 16, Land. We were recommending some policy changes to support Dig Once and utility corridors, and also expanding rural addressing support. And lastly, the cyber team is awaiting feedback from NNTRC. Once feedback is received and updates to ACT are incorporated, the cyber team would likely come back to the committees for the presentation of the Broadband Act. I want to thank you for your time, and we would like to now answer your questions or any comments. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Mr. Nelson, for that presentation. Committee members, is there a motion?
Motion by
Delegate Amber Knowles-Bancrotti, motion to accept the report.
Delegate Brown, I'll
second. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, we do have a motion and second. Committee members, any questions?
Well.
There's no questions. I'll call for the question.
This is Delegate Crotty with the question here.
Commissioner, Delegate Amber Knowles-Bancrotti, you have a question. Go ahead with your question.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I appreciate your presentation and the cyber team and working with your consultants. What is not clear and what I need in terms of guidance, I believe that, and many of the delegates believe that broadband has to be incorporated into our infrastructure plans, just like power lines, right-of-ways, not right-of-ways, water lines, roads, and now we know it's broadband. I think in terms of what the request was, like a broadband office, there was funding given to NTU regarding, I think it was the beginning of a broadband office. Can you provide additional information about where we're at? Is the broadband office, so what I need to be clear on is that for what was proposed at NTU during the CARES discussion, or is this a separate broadband office that would be embedded in the Navajo Nation government? My only concerns, I know that there's pros and cons embedding another program, an office into the Navajo Nation government. Just with my experience, like how we try to get more like victim advocates embedded into the Navajo Nation government, that plan of operation, those can change, and it could change by administration, and funding can change. And so I'm just concerned on then how can we build and support the broadband initiative, but also making sure that why it's established and what's the intent also has some autonomy. And there's other areas and I think conversations we can have to provide some of that autonomy. But that would be my question. Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
Brent, if you would like me to answer that.
Okay.
Please do.
Committee members, are there any further questions or comments? Committee members? Denali, I'll return the floor back over to Mr. Nelson. You would provide a response.
Thank you, Chair. Henyo, I have my colleagues, my cyber team colleagues and consultants on the line also. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Joe from Magellan to help me answer Honorable Crowley's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Honorable Crowley, I am aware of the reservation of funds out of CARES to NTU for a broadband office. Unless we fail to understand, those haven't necessarily been dedicated to Navajo Nation enterprises. I would suggest that Navajo Nation activities. I would suggest that having a Navajo Nation broadband office would be much better, because we need to assure that there is an alignment of incentives with the Navajo Nation's needs. And unless the Navajo Nation were having a significant role in oversight of NTU's broadband office, NTU's natural and appropriate incentives are for higher education and not for the general case of the Navajo Nation. We believe that the broadband office should be part of the Navajo Nation. We understand that that is a non-trivial exercise to stand it up, but I think to ensure the alignment of incentives with the needs of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people, it should not be delegated necessarily to an NTU or an NTUA. We see how the decisions made that seem simple have unintended consequences, where the alignment of the incentives isn't necessarily consistent with what the nation or the nation's people need. How that is packaged and presented, if the broadband office is created within the nation, to whom it reports, and how you assure consistency over the changes of administration or the changes of council, is an interesting design question. But I would suggest that the broadband office more properly and with more control belongs under the control of the Navajo Nation itself. Thank you. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair, this is Delegate Begay.
Okay, I'm Begay.
Ayat Iznana, and then also the Mr. Nelson present this presentation. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to understand, that regarding all this plan that you guys have. So right now, looking at it, we're looking at the broadband that we have right now, the chapter here, understanding there's about 64 chapters that has broadband that's not been hooked up to their into their chapters, called which is NTA. Believe that they have the infrastructure that they can do. So when are they going to be doing that? If you have all these plans, these chapters been have this broadband since about 2009, 2010. That is when it's been came through this broadband from in my area. So, but it's not been hooked up to the broadband yet. When are you going to have that instead of having the whole plan? It's been like that for how many years now? So when I guess can hook it up, or we have to wait for others again. So it's been like this for 2010 since these were developed by Aero fundings. I don't know what we're waiting for, or who has the regulatory part of it. Do we have to wait for them, or hush it out now, or without? Yeah, that's my question.
Brent, if I may.
Is there any other committee members? Is there any other questions or comments? Committee members, any further questions or comments? Then I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Nelson and your consultant.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, and thank you again for that question regarding the broadband initiatives and the hookups of the chapters through the N2A infrastructure. There, as I had mentioned in my presentation, there's several initiatives that are taking place. One is the E-rate initiative. We had included all the chapters to link up the chapters with broadband connectivity. And any day now we're waiting approval. And if that is approved, there'll be some engineering that will need to be done. There are a handful of chapters that have fiber just, within a short distance, and those chapters will get linked up in a short time period. And then there are some chapters that are a little bit further out, and that's going to require a little bit more time. But the benefits of this is that, as I mentioned, you'll have high-speed internet connectivity at a cheaper cost for E-rate initiatives. To explain a little bit more regarding the ARA funding and what you had brought up of the broadband activities there, I'm going to have my consultant Joe come back on the line and maybe explain that part of it, and then also the plan that we have moving forward. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Brent. Honorable Begay, I think there are a couple of dimensions to an answer to your question. First off, we touched on, during the presentation, Brent touched on the fact that the nation does not necessarily have usage and pricing agreements for the fiber that had been installed with the ARA BTOP funding back in 2013. That would be very helpful with council's support for us to work with NTUA to finalize that. That's point one. Point two is, while there is broadband services being provided by NTUA and by Sacred Wind, it's not clear that these are really affordable to individual households. The speeds that they get from the early preliminary data we've seen are not up to FCC standards of broadband, which was cited in the presentation as 25 megabits down and 3 megabits up. Affordability for plans that don't even meet the broadband needs are very excessive. We've done some calculations of pricing per month per megabit, which is a standard calculation, and many chapters, even though they're nominally connected for broadband, are paying exorbitant amounts, and we think that there are advantages to competition and to creating last mile competition using a middle mile network, which is one of the essential recommendations. Third, I want to emphasize a point, a very important one. While E-rate is connecting 90 chapters and 53 Head Start programs this year, that construction will take a while, first off, but there's severe limits in who is permitted to use the assets that E-rate funds. Only schools, libraries, and Head Starts can use them. So even if we connect them to a given chapter in your agency, the only people who are permitted to use them are members of schools, libraries, and Head Starts. And that is the basis for us asking to see if we can secure funding from the federal government to build additional fiber as the construction goes on, so that when we connect to that chapter, not only can schools and libraries use E-rate funded fiber, but the chapter itself and adjacent buildings and communities could be connected by the additional fiber that we put in. I think there is an assumption that the E-rate funding will solve the connectivity problem, and I believe that the nation needs to be very careful in complying with the terms of the USAC regulations in return for that $50 million. So there is a time to market consideration, there is a usage consideration, and that underlies the recommendation to do additional build of fiber and conduit to provide services to the nation that the nation more directly controls. Back to Honorable Crotty's question on the broadband office. I hope that addresses your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Committee members, any further questions or comments?
I got Follow-up question.
Okay, Shanita, Albert Begay.
Okay, no, thank you, Dad, for the response on the broadband. So I think right now, that it's so, I don't know, frustrating, that people, even here in Dalcon, and then the Dalcon, Tito, and the Wildfire Gracewood area, and as far as for the southwest part of the reservation, that we had the broadband, which is nearby right here. It's just needs a infrastructure, a server to start working on, to start using it on this the broadband, the fiber optic. But that I don't know what we're waiting for. That like you mentioned that there's some other chapters which is more like how many distance that you had to go before they can get their fiber optic, but it's not going to happen. That's too far. So right now, I don't know how long we're just going to be waiting here. We have fiber optic here, and I don't know if those era fundings that was used. I don't know if there's any inspector from the federal coming around, that to say that this funds was used to help the people. At that time, no, we haven't even used it yet. So I don't know what the initiative you guys have for the 64 chapters that already have nearby fiber optic. I know you said that we have to get a approval from NTA to start using it. So what kind of regulatory part of it is yours then? If we're the Navajo Nation and NTA has to give us approvals for start using to use for the chapter for the community. And I don't know what kind of authority the regulatory department has over NTA. I think we need to. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why we have a regulatory with the Navajo Nation telecommunications regulatory. I don't know why we have that if we don't have the authority. If we have to wait for NTA for approval. So that's, I think we need to. I don't know. Like I said, it's been here for so long. How come we're not addressing that issue? And maybe it's easy to do, but that's one question. The second question is Alcon chapter recently in that last year we requested for a proposal, and by past summer in August they got approved it. They got granted for $50,000 for feasibility and assessment for the 5 chapters that I have, which is very difficult to have signal because we have buttes here. So once that we have these available here, but once you go over the next butte, is where people live in and where kids go to. They have homes there, but we don't have no signal. So that's why we have that people brought in from the BIA grant, and they did the assessment, and then they said that they did. And that's where we ran into a problem is how to communicate and how to coordinate with NTA. NTA doesn't want to listen to us, and they don't want to be part of our the grant that we got. So the people that help us do the assessment they use it Winslow, Bordertown, and Holbrook, Bordertown, their broadband, their fiber optic from that side to bring it into the Dalcon and Greasewood area. So it's ridiculous to think about it. We have broadband that's almost closer to the chapters, but we had to bring in they would have to do assessment from the outside to bring in. So that's where I'm saying that what the regulatory department does for us, for the Navajo people. So I don't understand that. Maybe you could give me more clarification how we have an assessment, and I don't know who we're going to present it to, because NTA doesn't want. They told us that we're not a priority to them. So I don't know what that means, that we're talking about learning and distant learning here. And that's the very frustration part of it. So how can we start my community to 5 chapters that has the assessment, and we have the report from the BIA given to us now, and we want to use it, but where can we start from? Start from you, or maybe you can help us with my chapters.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, back to Mr. Nelson, you would.
Yes, Chair Henio, thank you. And then also Honorable Delegate Begay, thank you for the questions and also your statements regarding your communities, regarding services and regulatory and finding solutions to help gain some signal in your area. I have on my cyber team, Mr. Norbert Nez, who's also part of the ad hoc, who's online. I'm going to have the request of Mr. Norbert Nez provide a response to your question. Thank you, Norbert. Norbert, can you hear us, or are you online? Okay, he must have lost signal or something.
Brent.
Yes, Joe. Yes.
Brent, if I may, to a few points, Honorable Begay, I will defer any comment on NNTRC and regulatory authority. That is really a question for Mr. Vicente to respond. The point of the recommendations that we are making and the urgency and import of the Section 905 grants is that there is available funding that could be used if the Navajo Nation submits a grant application, and we could include bringing fiber and broadband to the 5 chapters in the Dalcon area. And that's really why we're asking for the funding and highlighting the import and the urgency. We would like council's support certainly in speaking with NTUA, but we don't believe that we can directly influence them at this point. And if they feel that it is not in their business mission, I don't know that we can influence it. I think this reinforces the need for the Navajo Nation to have a broadband office and to seek funding so that they can address these urgent needs where there isn't broadband. Again, the sample that we've seen shows that broadband is very expensive, and it's not even meeting broadband speeds. So we think that there is a unique opportunity for the nation to move quickly. As we highlighted on the screen that I'm still showing, we must move quickly to identify that. And I think we could use as input the output from your $50,000 assessment grant for feasibility and include that in our design. And that's why we're asking for some working capital, if you will, out of the Navajo Nation operating budget to address these kinds of needs and enumerate them into the single grant. Thank you.
Honorable or Chair Henio, is there an unmute button? One of my cyber team colleagues were trying to unmute that wanted to answer response to Honorable Begay's questions. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Delegate Crotty.
Brent, I believe it is *6. This is Peggy.
And thank
That's
you.
to unmute. Or it might be star star. Try one of those.
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown. It's *6. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, I have a question. Chair Henio, are you there? I have a question, some
Yes.
questions.
I'm here, Shannon. Go ahead with your question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My apologies. I think we're all aware that we're trying to multitask every day. I'm listening to the other calls as well. But with the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you for this report, Mr. Nelson and your colleagues there. So I definitely support in the money that is being requested. I understand that a lot of these grants, you have to put in some seed money in order to apply for some of these to start some of the work, and some are in kind as well. So I'm pretty sure your organization has provided that as well. But with my of course, the whole Navajo Nation as a whole, I'll continue to advocate for. I see on your presentation, it's not just the schools. I see that healthcare centers, as well as other buildings, are involved in this. So with my communities of Kayenta, Danahotocho, Chimbito, and the surrounding areas, specifically, I know of my area very well because we have students whose parents who contact us. Even in town, I know NTUA has done their best to try to make Wi-Fi available and broadband in parking lot, but students without vehicles cannot drive out there. And the other part is the remote areas, and I'm not sure. I mean, you hear so many different things about the future of this pandemic and how there might be other pandemics. I hope that is not true. However, I think we have learned a lot on how do we plan forward to keep our children, the education, and also parents, teachers, counselors, everyone, to be connected. We're in this great opportunity to tap into some of these COVID policies and rules that have been in place. I'm working with an organization, with a university, where I'm finding out that with the Navajo Nation, there's a lot of limitation with red tape, and even with this, coming to the council asking for funding, it could be a bit frustrating. So what I'm finding out for myself is it's almost better to create a 501c3 and to work with organizations that, and this is on Budget and Finance Committee, and I think, and I know that this is our charge as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the past and then the future, is how do we expedite a lot of these processes. But for myself and my team, my community members, we are tired of trying to wait for the Neba Washington. We know that offices are closed. We know that it's such a process. With that said, creating our own 501c3 seems to be working a lot faster. In Point Kayenta Township, giving them the capacity to work and to do, they're moving a lot of initiative forward if you compare them. But anyways, so that's what I'm finding out. And what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of other grants that are out there that we're finding, and we want to help our communities, and we almost have to take that direction. We're kind of stepping away from the nation. Of course, we will always take the nation's money per the policies, but what other grants are you looking at? And are you working besides hiring consultants? They're wonderful. They're great. They have the experience, but they are pretty expensive. Have you consulted besides the College and NTU to work with other universities? the reason why I'm saying that, I'm working with multiple universities and they're not charging my communities to work with us. They're consulting with us and they are giving us our data. They're returning it back to us, making bringing all the data and compiling white papers, as well as now writing for grants. So we're thinking outside the box. And I know Department of Education, you're doing your best with the amount of staff that you have. So the final comment and question that I have is for the remote areas. I'm looking at some of the remote facilities with solar panels, and they do have those metal containers, sometimes used as storage, but also to store a lot of the more advanced solar panel battery storage systems. And also, I think those would be good locations for. And I'm looking at Google Maps, and I'm looking for people in my community without power, without broadband. We definitely have a lot of those. We have a lot of families without those in my 3 communities. So I'm really interested if this will provide funding for such sites. I know that you are concentrating on the current existing fiber optic line that is going through parts of the Navajo Nation, and the communities. I know that it goes through Danahoto and Kayenta. It does not go to Chilchimbito at this point. So Chilchimbito would be ideal for some of these remote sites where it can run off of solar, and then computers can be set up. And of course, we want the ideal place to be by family homes, so they can protect them from vandalism, etc. So if you're aware of that, I believe that they're called the New Sun Road and Company. So they're kind of the IST remote generation facility that's out there that I think would be, actually, I know that those would be ideal for the Navajo Nation, because we do still have a lot of families, a lot of areas that do not have electricity. Some have solar, but they definitely do not have a connection to Wi-Fi broadband for educational and then also for work use. So I'm just trying to think of what we're doing and how. And then the other thing is, I hear throughout Navajo Nation, the different departments, there's so much money that we're seeking, and Navajo Nation has put money from the CARES Act funding as well as general fund dollars. Right now, we have a lot of people, a lot of outside companies that we're hiring, that we're paying a lot of money to do this job, but it seems like we're all working in silos. I think it's always been like that. I don't know how we can come as Navajo together and come together so we're not overlapping, we're not spending money on some of the same things. And I'm beginning to see that a lot clearer with when we are working with just even the word broadband. We have a colleague, Mr. Delegate Kealan Begay, has been really been on top of this and a huge advocate, along with all my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, because we're fully aware of the need for broadband, for Wi-Fi, for all that connection for everyone. So that's another thing. I don't know. I know that your focus is not really looking at the different silos, but Shanant, how can we address that? Even if we are just to say just the silo effect on broadband, the different organizations that are working on this, how can we bring our minds or the funding that's out there together where we can build some of these? So those are my comments. Thank you, Shanant.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, members?
Go ahead. Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman. We do have Delegate Key Allen Begay did request to ask a question. And I just want to briefly, I'm looking at the proposed organizational chart. So this is asking to develop this broadband technical advisory group in the president's office, which also will have the broadband office. I'm and then looking at it, there's some dotted to the Navajo Nation Council and the Tele-Regulatory Commission office. This is just not a format I'm used to. I know that we put the veterans in OPVP, and there's been some interesting challenges. We're still waiting for their budget. And so I just wanted to go back to that conversation, but thank you, Chair.
Brent, I have comments for both Honorable Brown and Honorable Crotty at the right moment.
Chairman Henio.
Chair Henio, are you there?
Are you on the with us?
Chair, you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
I'll back over to
I think he's.
We didn't hear all of that.
Yeah, Mr. Nelson.
My apologies, Chair Henio, you're staticking in and out, but I think you just wanted our response. So thank you again, Honorable Brown, for your questions and also your views on of the challenges that we have across Navajo Nation regarding our limitations and broadband challenges and or even our own processes and procedures. And you're spot on. And I think that's the reason why we had developed this proposed organizational chart to help eliminate the silos, as you had mentioned, to bring everybody together and create one proposal for our great Navajo Nation. We do understand all the challenges of what's existing today in terms of electricity and solar challenges. Those are some of the continuing engineering that will need to be done. But really, we need to establish a broadband office within the Navajo Nation. Where that broadband office sits, that's probably one of the things that needs to be discussed. It could be under executive, it could be under council. This is the chart that you see is a proposal. And then also with the broadband technology group, that consists of executive, legislative, judicial, our colleges, they're part of this ad hoc team. So we've been engaging with the colleges. They do provide their resources and their recommendations, and we do share those ideas in terms of what we need, which is really to build this middle mile network. I think with the CARES Act and all the initiatives that we've been doing, a lot of it is just the last mile initiatives. Those are all great, but if, as you had mentioned, if the pandemic continues, or if there's another outbreak, we've already maxed out our existing resources. And in our presentation, we had touched on the 2.5 wireless, the spectrum. That's a great benefit to the nation. Right now, I think we've leased a couple of licensors out to expand wireless communication. But the ultimate goal is really that 25.3. We want to expand that to even greater connectivity. right now the 25.3 is really just supporting a decent connection, and that's just the requirements from the feds right now. But in these proposals and building that fiber middle mile, um, that's going to help us expand a lot of the connectivity. And then at the end of the day, we're trying to create digital equity. I think having a broadband office within the Navajo Nation is going to help move towards that. Right now, we have to go through our service providers, and um, they're doing what they can, and it seems like we need to expand some of those opportunities in partnership with them. So thank you again, Delegate Honorable Brown, for your questions. But I also have Mr. Norbert Nez, who's online, who also wants to provide some responses. So Norbert, go ahead and provide your response if you're unmuted. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Norbert.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Committee members for allowing us some time to present in front of you today. I want to respond to Delegate Begay's earlier questions regarding the fiber that's sitting outside some chapters, and that's actually one of the main issues. So thank you, Delegate Begay, for bringing that to the forefront, of our attention, because the control and the ownership of these assets is one of the biggest issues, facing the Navajo Nation today, as far as broadband goes. Over the years, we've been allowing companies to come in and do whatever they want, or support them, when they ask for funds, for grants and things like that. And that's good, but what we're also doing, at the same time, is allowing them to keep all of those assets that come along with these grants and funding. So, you have NTUA, you have, Cell One, and all these other companies, that have a lot of property, they have a lot of assets on the Navajo Nation that they own and control, and that they've built up over the years. And we've left ourselves out of that, that whole thing. So that's the big problem, we're trying to, ask for things. We're trying to ask for connectivity, price reductions and things like that. And because we don't own it and because we don't control it, it's like talking to a wall. So we're at the mercy of these organizations that provide services on how much they want to sell the products for, and where it goes. So so that's why this whole plan is based around Navajo Nation's own infrastructure that it can control and own and manage. That's the underlying one of the main concepts of this plan, is for the Navajo Nation to own its own broadband assets, and be able to control it and direct it where it needs to go, so we can have better coverage to all these areas where the existing companies don't want to go. We can make sure that it goes to these places. We can better control the pricing so that it's more affordable for everyone. So these kind of things is what we're trying to get at. And Brent mentioned earlier that the goal is to unify all these silos. I'm not saying get rid of these companies. There's a place for them, but the solution that we have is to build out the middle mile network that the nation controls, and then off of those middle mile connections at the community level, then the last mile providers can tie into them. and provide services to the residents. So so that there's competition, so that there's affordable middle mile. That's one of the things that's going on right now, is that the middle mile pricing is so high because we're at the mercy of all these middle mile providers that take us all the way out to Albuquerque. There's probably like 5 or 6 middle mile providers that NTUA goes through just to get to the Navajo Nation. And each one of those guys, they add on their own pricing. So by the time it gets here, it's very high. So what we're trying to do is cut out all those middlemen and provide a direct connection to one of these or several of these sites, like in Albuquerque, Denver, Phoenix, some of these places where we can get much better pricing on the internet. So that's part of the whole goal, we want to make sure the nation has a seat, at the bargaining table on a lot of these things. If the companies use the Navajo Nation's assets to provide broadband services, then we have a seat at the table to better direct where these services go and how they're provided. Right now we don't have anything like that. We're basically starting from scratch because we don't own a lot of assets. So that's one of the main issues and one of the main goals of this plan. Thank you.
Brent, if I can add to Honorable Brown's comments.
Chair Henio, can we have a response? Request another response. Ms. Nakai, is Chair Henio still online, or did he lose signal?
Chair Henio, are you still on the call? Perhaps maybe we need to get a pro tem also to help keep the call moving forward, the teleconference. Shajah Elmer Brigade, do you want to help out?
Okay. So there's a question. And who responding again?
Yes. Thank you again, Honorable McGay. I have another colleague or another ad hoc cyber team member that wants to provide a response to Honorable Brown and McGay's question. I can have a couple more minutes to provide a response. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Brown, are you on the line? Dr. Brown, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Okay, we're going to have one of the team member to respond back to your question. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Honorable Begay. Joe, can you go ahead and provide your response to Dr. Brown? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Brent. Honorable Brown, you make some very, very insightful points. The nation is very siloed in how it's approaching grants. There is no systemic searching for grants that we have seen. Everyone is interested in broadband. In the detailed middle mile plan that we produced, one of the primary themes on governance is to empower the broadband office to search systemically for grant funding opportunities. That's one of the drivers behind having dedicated resources there. Second, I always encourage the nation to spend wherever it's most effective. We acknowledge that consultants can be a little more expensive than pro bono contributors. Hopefully we add some value. As to your very creative suggestion on possibly a 501c3 for the broadband office, that may address even some of Honorable Crotty's concerns earlier. Again, for alignment of incentives, I think the Navajo Nation should have direct guidance on, let's say, the charter of the broadband office. If the broadband office is instantiated as a 501c3, that might be a very good solution. So I just want to say your points on siloed operations and other grants outstanding. We have not explored those extensively, but again, that's one of the tasks we would like the broadband office to perform, regardless of where it sits. So thank you for your observations, very insightful. Thank you.
Back to Delegate Brown. Did you get your answer? Delegate Brown, you're still on the line?
Yes, I am here. Yes, they were able to answer my question. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other question from the committee members? Or Mr. Nelson, do you have any other that you guys wanted to bring out to the BNF committee and all the people that are on the line?
Thank you again, Honorable Brigade, for allowing us to present our middle mile strategic plan. You know, we've been working at this for some time. Even before the pandemic, we've been communicating amongst each other and trying to find that common solution to a challenge, and that happens to be broadband. You know, today it's really evident. You know, I'm representing the education sector, and a lot of our challenges with our students not getting online and affordability has really come to surface. And I think having this type of plan and having a clear-cut plan on what really needs to be established, and having cyber team and other entities chime in to present this proposal was greatly needed. You know, today, you know, I feel that, you know, we've done a lot. You know, a lot of us are not broadband telecommunication experts, but through these times, you know, we've learned a lot, and I think off of that, you know, we were able to provide these recommendations to the BNF committee of the great 24th Navajo Nation Council, and we're hoping to gain some support moving forward, and also we'll be presenting to other committees over the next week and into next week. So if there's any questions, again, you know, our doors are open. I'll put my email in the chat box, and you know, we're open to any suggestions. Thank you again for the time.
Actually, Mr. Nelson, thank you for your presentation and all your team members that are there. I wanted to ask this question at the end of your presentation. Is that I mentioned it before that the Dalcon chapter, and then we have the 5 chapters that I represent, you know, have a assessment that was done. So the report that would give the assessment report is going to be available. When we do that, do you know which team that we could talk to? I know that there was some persons. You could give me maybe some guidance about where we can take this assessment, and maybe it can be part of your request for fundings to help us with the assessment, because we live in they call it Chejin-Ta. We have all these buttes around us, and it's hard to communicate, but through this wireless that was proposed to connect to do the connection to the fiber optics. So I was wanting to know that maybe they'll give me guidance where I could maybe meet with or set up a meeting teleconference. The way to do it and who do I send the email to and how do I go about it best way you think that it will be best for us. Thank you. That will be my last question.
Thank you again, Honorable Begay, for your question, and then also your input in providing your chapter assessment. That would be really good information for to share with the cyber team, and I think we can provide some recommendations and maybe provide some guidance on how to use that data and integrate that with the overall plan. As you had mentioned, there's a lot of challenges and what we call those donut holes, right, in between the buttes and in those valleys, and it seems like that's where a lot of our families and our live in those areas. But there's ongoing engineering that still needs to be conducted, and there's various ways of addressing those type of challenges. But again, we just need to start weeding those out and getting those type of reports back to our people and also to the council. So Honorable Begay, I'll go ahead and put my contact info in the chat box here, and we'll be able to provide some resources and some guidance to your question. Thank you.
Okay. Pro Tem Chair Shazette.
I'm sorry for this delay.
Is this who's
Pro
on the
Tem
line?
Chair.
Go ahead,
This is me, Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy. Sure.
Our legislative counsel, Dana, would like to make a comment or ask a question.
Can you go ahead and do that then? Dana, this is Delegate
Delegate Albert Begay, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I'm back on the line just for your FYI.
Okay. Dana, are you on the line?
I am.
Okay, we're going to give you this time now.
Okay, thank you very much, Budget and Finance Committee and Chair Pro Tem. I appreciate you allowing me. I've been following the presentation, and I will tell you that the Office of Legislative Counsel gets requests from different delegates to do different things with broadband, and it's getting fairly confusing because we're getting so many different requests. So one of the things I'm going to either ask the presenters or recommend to the presenters, I look at you're wishing to have a lot of legislation done. You want council's acceptance of the Middle Mile Strategic Plan. You want to establish the broadband office as soon as possible. You want to formalize the cyber team. So certainly the Office of Legislative Counsel is willing to assist, but we do not have the expertise in our office to start at the bottom and build this stuff up when legislation requests are made. So as far as establishing the broadband office, I'm requesting the sponsors work with their Department of Justice attorney to get a draft of that enabling act and plan of operation, as far as, and do the same thing with formalizing the cyber team and establishing the broadband enterprise fund. If you can work with the Department of Justice and have documents that have been reviewed by them, it will make things much, much quicker when you get them to Office of Legislative Counsel. So that was my main point. We have gotten documents in the past that have been prepared by persons. I'm not sure who they were, but I know that we haven't even been able to decipher them, let alone draft legislation for them. So I'm really hoping that doesn't reoccur, and so requesting that you work with those who draft documents for a living, such as the Department of Justice. So that's all I wanted to say, and this sounds exciting. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any response on it?
And thank you again, Honorable Henio, and then also thank you again, Ms. Barbara, for your recommendation. You know, those are all great recommendations, and I think that's where our challenges is. Each of our cyber team members, you know, we represent all different departments, and we're an ad hoc. As I mentioned, we're an ad hoc group, and I think you know, having a broadband office established within the nation, that would help enable the plan of operation and establish the broadband and all the acts and all our requests, I guess, that we had presented. You know, I guess that's where our challenge is at right now today. There is no such office that exists, and I think having that office be made would really help in terms of really, you know, defining those things that Ms. Barbaroff had mentioned. I don't know if there's anybody within the cyber team that wants to also chime in on the response to Ms. Barbaroff. I'll go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Chair Henio or Pro Tem, on the Key Allen, Delegate Key Allen Begay is wanting to also ask a question.
Okay, if there's no response from the Mr. Nelson's team, so I'll go ahead and give the time to.
Actually, before we move on, Brent, this is Joe. If I may respond to Ms. Barbara.
Go ahead, Joe.
We would love to get a primary point of contact in the Department of Justice. As you mentioned, there's not a lot of expertise in the telecommunications domain. Is there someone you might suggest, Dana, or should we work just reach out to DOJ generally? Thank you.
Dana, go ahead.
Thank you. I do agree that there is not a lot of expertise in broadband telecommunications at the Department of Justice or at the Office of Legislative Counsel. That's a pretty, what we would call a boutique type area of law. So I am trying to develop some expertise in our office. I have assigned our new attorney, Laureline Tapaye. She will be dealing with broadband and telecommunications going forward, but right now she has no expertise. I am arranging for trainings for her and such, but right now, no, we don't have expertise. As far as Department of Justice, my understanding is they did have a young man there who was working on broadband type issues, but he recently departed. I do not know if they've reassigned that. My recommendation would you reach out to LaTanya Johnson. She is the Assistant Attorney General for the Human Services and Government Unit. I believe that right now broadband falls under her purview. or reach out directly, or somebody on your behalf, reach out directly to the Attorney General or Doreen McPaul or the Deputy Attorney General, Kim Dutcher.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Back to committee members. Is there any question? If not, we can go to maybe there's other delegates around the line. Are you still on the line, KLMK?
Protect Chair, KLM Chair.
Here you go.
Good morning. Or good afternoon, brother. Protect Chair, other BNF committee members. Just quickly, other staff members, advisor, although those are making the presentation regarding the broadband. As you know, that the nation does continue to work on some of these area, establishing an effective office on the Navajo Nation. We do have the Regulatory Commission in place, as you know. Late last, early 2 years ago, back in 2019, the Regulatory Commissioner is in place. But at the same time, CMA 1220 I think that's the legislation, emergency legislation that also established the cyber team to make an assessment to cover the whole area. Maybe the Navajo Nation Council may need to go back and revise the intent purpose of that particular cyber team. Office established, which I'm very much interested in. That should happen, but the operation of it and establishing another office within the program would take time. But in the meantime, we have a lot of these CARES funding that are being available to the nation and state from DC level. One of the there's a legislation, Ms. Barbara requests asking to also form another team that will specifically organize a proposal to the to the Department of Commerce up at DC level, because almost $1 billion was allocated for tribes to have access to this particular funding through the Department of Commerce. How much of that can the Navajo Nation request? Request Iliago. We just don't want to have a dollar figure that we just put it on paper. I think there needs to be a good justification how we can organize this particular group to charge them to submit a good, inputted justification of the funding that we're asking for, because we're talking about education, we're talking about health, we're talking about public safety and the local chapters and so on. Because I know Ms. Crotty always talk about the establishment of 911 and the Amber Alert system on the Navajo Nation. Other Kadosh brother, Mr. Nelson, also is working on some of these E-rate programs with the schools and also the local chapter. So those are some areas, Kado, at the local level is what's being discussed. For different areas, how much is the Navajo Nation willing to? How much is the Navajo Nation can request for the money that's being available for broadband to the tribes? Legislative Council develop then once these team is in place, then all these programs can provide their input Ecuador not now Sosindiniki because to my understanding, this $1 billion, the request for proposal will be available for the public starting February, which is yesterday. They have an outline of how the submission of a document will be that's available. If we just have programs submit 10 different applications by one tribe, I believe that would really defeat our purpose. As a whole, with a council resolution and support by the president. I think it's more effective with all these input is given by the cyber team, the IT, and so on, with all the three branch government. Brother, Pro-Temp Chair, Ecuador, Ms. Barbara, could you legislative council, what she needs and what she's asking, Nikki, is that the expertise of how we really need to put this particular legislation that needs to be put in place. But the overall that the Navajo Nation really needs to put in place as well is the a broadband cyber infrastructure plan for the Navajo Nation, the 5-year plan and 10-year plan. And I believe I've forwarded a lot of the other states that the plan, which I wish will it be more appropriate for the Navajo Nation also have a plan as such that the state has? But with this, the support by the council and the committee, maybe I just need reinforcement that this particular legislation be developed as soon as possible. But within the Ecuador, Chairman, Pro-Temp Chair.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any response, and maybe your team?
Thank you again, Honorable Henio, and then also Delegate Gay. Thank you again for some of the reminders of the past findings and regarding broadband, and then also the need for legislation to be created to formulate a team to go after these grants. And earlier I had made that presentation and in our slides here. I don't know if you're on the Zoom call, but if not, we can provide this PowerPoint presentation. But in there, the $1 billion grant funding that you had mentioned, there is a strict timeline. As you see on the PowerPoint here, it started already, and then there's a 30-day, 60-day window, and then there's also some time, and I think it's right before Memorial Day, the day before Memorial Day, that the whole thing is supposed to be completed. The other thing I want to add to this, our Honorable our Delegate Begay, is with this particular grant, there's only one grant that is acceptable, or one application that's acceptable for on behalf of the tribe, and I think that's why the importance of kind of reiterating what you had mentioned. Let's make our justification submitting one grant that will be beneficial to everybody. I think that's exactly what is needed. But again, just wanted to share some of the timelines that we're against. This application should really be put together probably by the end of the month. If we're looking at the timeline and meeting these timeline deadlines, where we're going to need to move fast. But right now, having the challenges of not having a broadband office and having really somebody to champion this, we're going to have to rely on outside help. And I think one of those outside help is kind of like the people that we've been working with the Magellan Advisors and Infinity. In terms of E-rate, and then also with these type of plans, until such time that we create these offices that will have expertise, in terms of pursuing other grants, but also as Ms. Barbara had mentioned, attorneys that are really have the expertise in telecommunications and broadband. So I think we've identified our gaps, but in moving forward to meet these things, I think we're going to have to really have support of council, but also have resources to support really outsourcing to get these grants on behalf of the nation. Thank you again, Honorable Kealan McGee, for your questions and your input, and I'll go ahead and turn the time over to these cyber members that would also add. Thank you.
Brent, this is Joe. If I may augment your answer, please.
Thank you, Joe.
Honorable Kealan Begay, when we meet with your committee, you will see that the cornerstone of this entire presentation is a focus on Section 905, which is the Tribal Broadband $1 billion infrastructure fund that you referenced. That will be administered out of Department of Commerce. We are very well aware of that. Be managed by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. I want to highlight some of the lines that Brent referenced. The grant guidance could have been completed as early as January 26th and won't be completed later than February 25th. From that date, there is only a 90-day window for us as Navajo Nation to have submitted the consolidated single grant application. That demonstrates the urgency for what we must move on. As you will see in the presentation that was distributed to your committee as well, we guesstimate we may be as fortunate as to ask for $380 or $400 million. The text of the legislation specifically says that there will be equitable distribution. Amounts appropriated under this section shall be made available to eligible entities on an equitable basis. I'm assuming that Navajo Nation probably has a good estimate of what is considered equitable given their relative size as a portion of all the U.S. native tribes and nations. We're thinking in the $350 to $400 million ask, but it is urgent that we move forward to put together those project plans, those cost estimates, and to tell the story to submit the grant application, which in no event can be later than May 26th, unless legislation changes. I'm not optimistic that it will. So you are exactly on point in the presentation. We are specifically talking about slides 12 through 17. And that gets to the urgency of some working capital that we referenced of at least $160,000 in preparing for and submitting the grant application through due diligence. Time is of the essence. We cannot miss this window. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Nelson, for that response. To let Kealan McGee to get your answer, or do you have any follow-up question?
Chairman, Chair, I appreciate the time, but I didn't know that they were going to do a presentation before RDC, so I'll ask one question at that time. Chairman.
Yeah. Committee members, do you have any other questions? If none, is there any other delegates are on the line? Or is there any other question?
Shania, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Go ahead, I'll question Deja.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shania. Thank you, Delegate Kealan Begay. If I could request, if you could give the committee just a quick high-level summary of the broadband proposals that you're sponsoring in our calls and conversations with President Nez and Vice President Leiser. I did request that we look at supporting broadband initiatives using the upcoming 5-year permanent trust fund interest, because broadband is, it's a service that the government needs to support. So if we could have that information, we have conversations regarding that funding stream. It's a reliable stream of funding. It would help build up the program and some of these initiatives. So if I know as a sponsor, you have no obligation to share until it hits the 5-day comment period. But I think if we just get a high level in terms of what's being requested, that could also help us develop some of the amendments that we're looking at. One in particular that we'll have on our next Budget and Finance Committee meeting is a report on E911 and rural addressing. And so that's another area that I would definitely love to support and get the funding that you're proposing in the work that you've done with broadband. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shadeja. Mr. Nelson, you go ahead and any response on that recommendation?
Yes, thank you again, Chair Henio, and then also Honorable Crowdy. Thank you again for your support in your funding stream request. And yes, we'll go ahead and provide you a summary of our broadband proposals to support your request and your report to President also. I think, with the E911 and rural addressing, that's really needed also. It seems like a lot of our challenges are not having correct identification of sites. And today, we want to incorporate that also within our plan. But again, that's just gonna we just need to meet with our entities, with land department and with public safety and get those information. And it's also part of the presentation that we had presented in terms of mapping, and then also with the rural addressing there regarding right-of-ways and the 3-year the FTE for fiscal year 21. But I'll go ahead and work with the cyber team on that, Honorable Crowdy, and get that information to you. Thank you. If there's anybody with the cyber team that wants to also chime in, please do so. Thank you.
Brent, this is Joe, if I may.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, Honorable Crowdy, part of the project initiatives, all of which would be covered under different sections that we've highlighted here. We're planning for staffing for rural addressing, for streamlining rights of way, for the national address verifier, for improved mapping, all of which is covered in the COVID-19 / appropriations law that was enacted at the end of December. You'll see that some of these are in fact portions of the 380 million that we suggested. Again, the urgency that we're suggesting per Honorable Kiel and Begay's statements, we need to hit the window and put together a single grant application. And we believe that there will be many infrastructure enhancements for public safety, for E911, and we don't know what those numbers are at this point, and that has to happen in the next 30 to 45 days at the outside, so we can put together the most constructive, broadest grant application to Department of Commerce.
Thank you for that, Joe and Mr. Nelson. Committee members, or any other delegates are on the line, or anybody that has any questions?
No, yeah. So my last request was, so what's required for Navajo Nation for funding, depending on the funding stream, is OMB budget forms. That would put us in play to have any type of conversation. And if the propose is to have it at OPVP office, and I know there was a conversation about like maybe possibly an enterprise, but I'm still just at securing grants. And so I think if that 580,000 request was just to establish a framework and go after grants, I'd just like to request that budget form so that we could be ready to have these ongoing conversations. One area is we do have a few legislations that are live requesting funds, which also include the comprehensive budget and other UUFB CEJACIN projects, and those all require budget forms. They're going to require additional information to make sure that they are compliant with Navajo Nation laws. So I'm not sure who on your team, I know that you asked Dana regarding who at DOJ, if the proposal is to have this office in the OPVP office, then President has his legal team that often drafts these types of requests, or I'm not exactly sure who at DOJ. I'm just thinking veterans still is served by DOJ. That's Chris. But I'm not exactly sure what DOJ attorney would be able to help you, but we would definitely need budget forms if this is time sensitive and there's grants and funding available. Thank you.
Brent.
Yeah, this is Delegate Yell here.
Nigel Kisner now.
Oh, no, that's Kitaya Kasi Kagita.
Agushina are Nigel.
Okay, this is Delegate Yell here from Black Mesa. Seems like we just talk around and around. We need a good leader to progress these to do it. Also, we need to look for external funds. We need a vision director to take the lead on this one here. We just can't use system fund. We gotta move on with some external fund. Let's do a better job and have a good communication. Work together, then bring back the Budget Finance Committee once and for all. Seems like we're talking about different directions. Can you guys do a better job and help the Navajo Nation? Let's do a good job, and we're just talking, running around. We talk about 2 or 3 hours now. Let's take care of some business, my leadership. Let's do a good job. Have a meeting. Honorable Key LNBK. Oh, we're just talking about different directions. I just confused a lot of Navajo. Seems like there's no solutions. That's my concerns, Elmer. Another author, the vision director needs also request for some more funds from external funds. These funds are available from the outside. These issues are very important to the nation. Once about hospitalists, oh yeah, thank you very much for all the report from you. Oh, sorry about this. In some way, but Brett Nelson. Maybe you should take the lead and take care of this business once and for all. Do you talk about it? What underwater line project over at the Black Mesa Mini Mill Waterline project? That's over from IHS. There's no result. There's no solution. Over 2010, I thought the whole thing. This is about 11 years ago. We're not progress anything. We should take care of this business. How she wants about this, Mr. Elmer J. Arnold said,
Can I, Delegate Amber Crotty, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Sudeja. Your question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So in my response, if our Attorney General is on the line, if I could request some guidance in terms of how Department of Justice can provide some support regarding either the establishment or the creation for the proposed Navajo Nation broadband project. And I think in terms of the comments made by the delegate, I'm not sure then if that's going to be similar comments that we'll hear when gaming reports and is requesting Navajo Nation dollars. Thank you.
Brent.
Back to Mr. Nelson and to your team there. Can you respond back to Delegate Crowley and then also Delegate Yellowhair?
Shania, my question was to Attorney General. Thank you.
Yeah, the other one is for Attorney General. I don't know if the Attorney General is on the line too.
Honorable Henio, this is Brent. Do you want me to respond, or do you want to? Is it the Attorney General?
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson, respond to Mr. Yellowhair. We can go ahead and see if we have Attorney General on the line too. Go ahead.
Well, thank you again, Delegate Yellowhair, for your input in terms of wanting to build infrastructure. And you're right, broadband is critical, to the Navajo Nation for business, education, health services. And it seems like over the years, yes, the focus has been elsewhere. But today, with the pandemic, and us with the health orders and trying to keep our people safe and keeping at home and doing telecommuting, broadband has been really been brought to the forefront of the need. And I think from the cyber team, as I had mentioned, we are an ad hoc committee. We can only do so much and provide so much. And today, I think we collaborated together and provided a plan. And now, we're seeking help from the committees and the council and from president, in terms of enacting on some opportunities. You're right. There's a lot of external fundings that's available out there. But when, what we want to do is have one voice coming from the Navajo Nation to seek those fundings. And I think right now, that's what our plan is all about today, is providing that information, providing those resources. We know the challenges are out there. Students cannot connect to or get online. They're getting kicked off frequently. We do have solutions that are part of the plan and in addressing those challenges. So thank you again, Delegate Yellowhair, for providing your feedback and providing that support. And again, we're moving forward. I hope to have, we're hoping to have some ongoing support from the council and also from President to ensure that we go after these fundings. Thank you. And then also, I think Joe, did you want to chime in on responses to?
Yes, both in support to Honorable Yellowhair's comments. Yes, it is urgent, and we need to move quickly. And to Honorable Crotty's request, what will be a good takeaway for us is we'll produce budget forms certainly for the first 4 items of that 580,000 that I'm showing on the screen. It sounds like the broadband office and the formalization of the cyber team may take a little more time because of the need to go through legislation, OLC, DOJ, etc. The immediate spending authority, though, to support the grant application under Section 905, those are the 3rd and 4th items, that $100,000 in costs, and with all acknowledgement back to Honorable Brown, this is urgent, and if those monies can be reserved, those could be subcontracted, and we could help put that together for the nation, because time truly is of the essence. So Honorable Crotty, unless Brett, you disagree, I think we should put together that budget form for those first 4 lines as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nelson and Joe, your team there. And committee members, is there any other questions we have for the cyber teams?
Yeah. This is Peggy.
Agushina Shewek.
Ala, Deputy Kimberly Dutcher from the AG office is on the call, and she's ready to answer the questions.
Agushina, go ahead, Deputy Attorney General. This is Al Gibagay. Hello. Kimberly, are you on the line? Hello? Maybe you need to unmute yourself to *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we'll hear you.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for that. Good afternoon, committee members. I just wanted, just listening to bits and pieces of the conversation that's been going on for most of the meeting, and I just wanted to offer that we do not have, as Dana mentioned, in-house expertise, but I am aware that we have contracted before on certain related telecom legal issues. I can't tell you whether or not the person we contracted with would be willing to take on additional work. We can always ask. In addition, we can also do other inquiries to find legal counsel. I understand that the time frame is tight, but if one of the presenters can reach out to us and we can get a better idea of the type of assistance they need, we can certainly make those inquiries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Kimberly, your last name?
Deputy, D-U-T-C-H-E-R.
Thank you.
Kimberly, we have Delegate Crowley on the line. She's the one that had that question. Shadeja, are you still on the line?
Oh, I'm here, Shania.
Did you get your answer, or do you have any follow-up?
Thank you, Shania. No, I think that you provided some recommendations and some guidance in terms of what could possibly be the next steps. And I think it just always goes back in terms of where this office is located. And thank you.
Yeah, I think Dana kind of some bases on that with us too. I think Deputy Attorney General Kimberly, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, I think I remember that one of the attorney, Tony Flores, I think she's the one that drafted that the regulatory part of that legislation. I'm not sure if she's still available.
I'm not familiar with that attorney, sir.
Oh, okay. So is there any other committee members? Is there any other question you have?
This is Delegate Yellowhair again.
Yellowhair, Shina Ade, Naidis Kitchinala.
Yes, like I said, you need to have a meeting or town hall meeting together, put your plan together, and come back with it, and then come before Budget and Finance Committee. Like I said, we need to take advantage of the external fund out there. You guys are experts working for the Navajo Nations. Put your budget together, Navajo Nation budget. Form 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way.
and take advantage on external funds. I support it. This is very important for the nations. And maybe you guys need to get back together, come up with a plan. That's my solution. Yeah, come up with some good solutions. Let's work together, like you said, with one voice. Do it that way. Things like we're just got stuck in one corner. We need to get out of there and move on with this project. Maybe we need to bring it back to Budget Finance Committee. Very sooner the better. We cannot just blame on a COVID-19 pandemic. That's a big excuse. We don't need that excuse. You guys need to get together and get to your office, get to work. Use a telephone. First of all, since also they're gonna buy it, thank you for your report, Mr. Nelson, and your team, others, consultants, thank you. DOJ, thank you. Legislative Office, thank you. You need to come back. Thank you, Elmer, Jade, Honorable Chair.
Okay, committee members, is there any other question?
This is Chair Henio. I'd like to ask a question.
We got China, Henio, your question.
Just listening to the whole conversation here and the presentation, and it's good to hear there is some sort of movement on the broadband. And so with that, what I was thinking was instead of looking at your traditional forms of providing broadband, meaning like fiber optic and so forth, what do we have? Are there any alternatives that the team might have looked at? Because I've been doing a little bit of research and here and there, and I've seen the alternatives. What I mean by is that there's some companies out there that are developing helium balloons that are structured to where they can withstand somebody taking a gun and shooting at it. I think we can withstand a 50 caliber bullet. That's what I was looking at, and it's new technology where you would just have that helium balloon. It's like a blimp, and it just rises up and sits in the air over a community, and it provides broadband, radio services, and even cell phones. You can hook up a cell phone to provide more coverage. And so I don't know if the team is looking sort of outside the box. This is what I've been sort of researching a little bit, looking at, thinking that this would be ideal for Navajo, especially in the rural areas where you would not have to do the infrastructure, meaning building towers and so forth. All you could do is assemble this balloon and then rise it and get it going into air with the necessary equipment. Just get it up in the air, and then after that, you could be able to control the services that it's needed within that certain community. And I'm sure it has a wide range of coverage as the higher you go. But has this type of technology been explored yet? Is my question.
Mr. Nelson, you have a question. Team too.
Yes, thank you again, Chair Henio, and then also thank you again for your question regarding alternative activity. Those types of engineering work. What I had shared today is just a high level for all that we have time, but there's also a detailed plan to share with you out of but
Brent, Brent, you're not coming through clearly.
Yeah, somebody has
Hello?
Jimmy, can you mute
Can
your phone,
you
please?
mute your phone? Somebody needs to mute your phone.
Okay. Is that
Hi,
better?
Brent.
Oh, okay. I don't know if okay, I guess stepping back, there are alternative solutions that exist out there. And I think a lot of the alternative solutions a lot of them is towards last mile, as we had mentioned. They're temporary solutions. With these temporary solutions, there's also challenges, cost challenges. There's also challenges in terms of bandwidth requirements. And as we had mentioned earlier, there's a 2.5 spectrum that's available. There's also CBRS the spectrum that's available. So there's a lot of opportunities that we could take advantage of, but those are probably long-term initiatives. But today, the funding that's available and the urgency is really building that middle mile infrastructure. And I think the opportunities are here as we have been presenting regarding the $1 billion initiative with the House Bill 133. I think we really need to concentrate on that main water pipe, that main water line. The funding is available, and this is the funding that we cannot lose to build that infrastructure. I usually try to use the analogy of a water hose, a main water line. Right now, we're just tapping into existing hoses, and at the end of the day, that's going to become trickles. And I think the need is really to build that main line to support any expansion. And when the funding and the opportunities are here, that's much needed. And with fiber, that's a long-term investment and a long-term sustainability in terms of connectivity. And even with these balloon initiatives and wireless initiatives, they're going to have to rely on that middle mile infrastructure. So, thank you again, Chair Henio, for your comments, but also with your proposal regarding connectivity. I also want to ask my cyber team if there's anybody that wants to also chime in on response or provide other recommendations. Thank you.
Brent, this is Joe.
Yes, Joe, go ahead.
Chairman Henio, there are some non-traditional forms, the media balloons, Google Loon, for example. There are low Earth orbit satellites we see from SpaceX. Those are not necessarily going to be funded by these broadband infrastructure grants. And with the very limited timeline, I don't know that we can necessarily explore those under the assumption that they'll be funded in the next 60 days. They are more speculative. They are less deterministic. And I think the Department of Commerce will be looking for certainty of delivery in making a decision on funding. And as Brent suggests, since fiber, once it's in the ground, is a long-term investment, it will be a reliable transport mechanism for many, many years. And we can always graft on, the Navajo Nation can always graft on later with other non-terrestrial technologies like helium balloons or low Earth orbit satellites. But I think the urgency right now and the framework for the broadband plan is for a middle mile fiber network in the immediate term. Thank you.
Did you get your answer? Or do you have any follow-up?
I'll be back to Trinidad. I'll call.
Committee members, is there any other question? I think y'all is any delegates are on the line? Nikisha, do you have any question? If not,
Don, Vice Chair Smith's on call now.
Hakishina, Sada. It's on Idil Kida. We have a team on the line.
I just got on the line, so.
Okay, Hagashina da. Aten Gashina Yad we'll go on to the next presentation though. I had Mr. Nelson and your team there. Thank you for your presentation. So I don't Helio Nishnana.
Handle the gavel back. Agustina, for taking over the gavel. I'm in a good signal area now, right now. So that, so I'll call for the question accepting the report. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you. Welcome back.
Vice Chair Smith, even though he sat out on most of the presentation, accepting the report.
So I should be a green dole.
Amber Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canis-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Ashiro, green.
Kushina, that for the record, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Mr. Nelson and your team for providing us some really good information.
Thank you again, Chairperson Hino, and then also to the BNF committee for your time and your patience, your understanding, and questions. And we'll be in contact soon again and move forward with our proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Next on our agenda is item B, report, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. We do have Mr. Brian Parrish and his team on the line right now. So with that, Mr. Parrish, you have the floor. Mr. Brian Parrish.
Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise.
Yes, sir, Chairman. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, super. I apologize. I didn't punch star 6. Honorable Chairman Henio, Vice Chairman Smith, and honorable delegates and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you so much for your time today. Ms. Peggy Nakai, Administrative Advisor, provided a presentation deck for you today. It's entitled 24th Navajo Nation Council Budget and Finance Committee, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Update, dated the 2nd of February. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to go ahead and proceed with going through this document. We do not intend to read it verbatim. There's just some critical highlights that we think are very important for the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to be current on. So page 2 of this document is our discussion guide. But I'd like to go ahead and transition in the interest of time and optimizing the efficiency that we have with you here. So page 3, the council has been informed that we placed approximately 950 of our team members on a layoff on the 1st of January. The team members remain on that layoff. We are continuing to fund our healthcare plan during this period of time, but we will share with you that we've had a tremendous amount of COVID cases hit our healthcare plan. From May through December, we've incurred $1.6 million in COVID-specific related claims. And so those claims have driven a plan loss, meaning we've had more claims than we have funding through premiums of $757,000 as of the end of December. So the enterprise is contributing reserve funding to keep the plan solvent. But as we've watched the news and we're anticipating and reading reports on what's going on with the spread of COVID and the number of new cases, and then we're looking at a forecast from Blue Cross Blue Shield on expected cases in the first quarter. Unfortunately, we anticipate those to be high. A challenge that we're having, which is bad for our team members as well as the enterprise and the plan, is that over 100 of our team members have decided to drop on their own their dependent coverage. And that's primarily due to the second layoff. Although many of them have applied for unemployment and such, they're choosing not to continue with that coverage, and so they've opted out. They themselves, the team members, maintain their benefits coverage, but without a regular income and check from the administrative leave with pay or from us being open. The 100 team members, about 10% of the workforce have opted out of the plan. We just, as a result of the last month and the first full month of the second layoff, we've identified that there's another 213 team members that are behind in paying their dependent coverage premiums, their insurance premiums for their family members. We've been asked by our board to get the total dollar amount on how much this is. We're going to evaluate whether or not the enterprise has sufficient funding to be able to cover these premiums, not only for the 100 that have opted out of the plan, but for the 213 that are in jeopardy of losing their benefits just because they don't keep up with their coverage. So this is a major issue for us. Benefits are critical, especially when team members don't have administrative leave with pay that they can count on. So we want to continue to be able to provide support for them. At the bottom of page 3, you can see that we've got a breakout of the team members and the chapters that they represent. There's 105 chapters represented by 82% of our team members, 64 of whom are from Chin Lee Agency, 201 from Eastern Agency, 284 from Fort Defiance, 232 members from Shiprock Agency, and then 133 from Western Agency. Also, we want to inform the delegates that as a result of this latest layoff, instability, and uncertainty about reopening and funding, we've had 118 voluntary resignations submitted by our team members. The Human Resources Department executes exit interviews with all the team members to understand why they're resigning from their positions voluntarily. The majority of the reasons given is to relocate and search out other work so they can continue to provide for their families. As we move to slide number 4, NNGE's current workforce, the funding submittal that we're asking for the Navajo Nation Council to consider, none of that would be utilized for hazardous duty pay. That's all to continue to pay the remaining staff that are working, even though they've undergone a 20% pay cut. But it's also to replenish cash for the enterprise so that we can reopen. It's to continue to fund the healthcare plan and the funding deficits that I just shared with you, which also includes our employee assistance program. And that employee assistance program, it's completely confidential. Team members are able to call up and speak to healthcare professionals that can help with them with a variety of issues: stress-related, depression, loss of family members, bereavement, all those types of things. And so anyway, that's very, very important that we provide that EAP, that employee assistance program, and are able to continue to fund that. One bullet not mentioned or cited on this page that I wanted to share with you. Very proud that we have 26 of our team members that have volunteered and been certified as contact tracers for the Navajo Nation. All 26 of those team members, including our Chief Operating Officer, are volunteering a significant number of hours, and they're assisting the Health Command Operations Center and the Department of Health with alerting folks to exposures and such relative to the virus. Moving to slide number 5, uses of cash. We feel that we've been very diligent in reducing expenses. We've cut our expenses by 69.4%. That includes the 20% reduction in pay that our staff has undergone, as well as savings from the layoffs. The funding that we do have has been used to pay our fixed costs, salaries, and benefits. We paid 2/4 of our debt service on the senior loan agreement to the Navajo Nation, but we've stayed current on our debt service with Navajo Hopi Land Commission and NTUA. We've also continued to make our payments to the Navajo Nation on business site leases, to Navajo Nation DPS for emergency services, and then also medical and emergency related expenses. So we're doing everything we can to put the cash that we do have to good use in ways that are benefiting the Navajo people. Right now, we're utilizing our CAGE cash reserve, and this reserve is something that is, the dollar amount is mandated at a certain level by the National Indian Gaming Commission and then also the states of New Mexico and Arizona. So we can't open without replenishing that cash. So that's part of the reason that we're requesting additional UUFB appropriations funding, is to be able to replenish that cash so we can be in compliance with regulatory requirements and be able to reopen. I will share with you that during the pandemic, we've tried to be very, very proactive with our team, with volunteering, and also with donations of not only food, water, but personal protective equipment and other items like that. The enterprise has donated a total of $82,654 worth of food, water, and PPE back to the Navajo Nation during this pandemic. As you also know, and we've shared this previously, the enterprise has returned $210 million, or out of $301 million in profit from the enterprise in the last 6 years. That's a 70% return. It's an average of about $35 million per year being returned by the enterprise to the Navajo Nation. Moving to slide 6, ramifications of extended closure. Our big challenge here is that we've been closed for 10.5 months. And so this enterprise is fully dependent on being able to be open, invite patrons in, and generate cash. We're not eligible for federal grant monies, and given the $210 million, the $35 million a year that's been provided back to the Navajo Nation, a large percentage of the cash that we do generate is going back to Navajo. Prior to the pandemic, we did have significant savings. We were getting ready to pay down our utility loans to NTUA. We were also setting aside money for a permanent fire rock facility and some other project development that would help us create new jobs and increase return back to the Navajo Nation. But unfortunately, that cash had to be utilized as part of this extended closure. That bottom bullet, just wanted to share, and I mentioned this point already, that we've reduced our costs by 69.4%. There's literally no other areas to reduce expenses. Everything is contract-based, and we're fully obligated there unless we want to start defaulting on legal obligations. We are making every effort not to do that because we're going to need those contractual relationships and business partnerships once it's time to reopen. Going over to slide number 7, we know that recovery of the enterprise really starts with reopening. We've got our protocols, safety protocols in place. We believe that we'll be fully prepared to reopen on or before March 1st. We've received information from the Navajo Nation that the number of inoculations of the vaccine are progressing nicely, and that there should be the majority of the Diné people who will be vaccinated by the time March 1st rolls around. So we believe that would be a good time, an opportune time for us to go ahead and reopen our operations at a 50% capacity level, not full capacity. We've got extensive controls and a workplace safety plan that we put together, And unlike many other enterprises, we have the ability to rely on a very robust security operation. We have surveillance assisting us, the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, and then we also have comprehensive operations teams. We have top quality air filtration systems. We're using all state-of-the-art equipment, and our social distancing, usage of masks, gloves, sanitizer, and all other safety and sanitization protocols are second to none. I do want to share with you at this time that there's a public health professional. Her name is Dr. Rebecca Katz, K-A-T-Z, and she was actually appointed to President Biden's COVID advisory panel along with Dr. Jill Jim from the Navajo Nation. Dr. Katz, prior to being appointed to that advisory panel, she had been working with the gaming and hospitality industry on assisting casinos, especially in Nevada, with developing their own workplace safety programs. This is important because she and her colleagues are highly respected professionals and very experienced, but they're also working within the gaming and hospitality industries, so that they're very familiar with the nuances and the dynamics associated with our businesses. Dr. Katz cannot work with us directly because she is appointed to that panel, but she has two of her associates who were part of her team that worked with Wynn Resorts and other corporate and Native American tribes to develop their workplace safety programs. We engaged two of her associates. They've completed a review of our workplace safety plan. We've received some minor edits and suggestions for enhancements. So we are in the process of incorporating those right now into our plan. And we believe that we've done absolutely everything that we've needed to in order to make sure that we've got an outstanding plan that is comprehensive and it will protect the Navajo people, our team members, their families, and our patrons. Moving over to slide number 8, I know we're not able to discuss the UFB funding legislation today. It's still within the 5-day comment period. At the top of slide 8, you just see what the funding is requested for. And so that's reimbursement of all those key areas. And again, monies that are being plowed back into the enterprise to protect our people, our jobs, and the investment of the Navajo Nation in this enterprise. Again, you'll see that there's no request for funding hazard pay for any of our team. We're looking at if we can open on March 1st, potentially returning our team members on the 15th or the 22nd of February. Right now, we're leaning toward the 22nd of February. That'll give us a full week to replenish inventories, get everybody to go through the 3-hour mandatory COVID training program, get certified that they're prepared and ready, and then start ramping up the facilities and operations to open its doors again. On slide number 9, we are doing everything we can to seek emergency and relief funding from the federal government. I'm sure that Council is fully aware of House of Representatives Bill 133 that was passed late last year, and that provides new emergency funding for a second wave of the Paycheck Protection Program. However, it's very, very important to know that the federal government with this legislation changed the qualification parameters for what Native American tribal casinos can receive in the way of funding. We were able to qualify back in May and June of last year for $11.2 million in funding. With the changes that they made to this program this year, the maximum that we can apply for is only $4 million. We will share that we have filed all of our funding applications for the $4 million with the Small Business Administration through Bank of America, and we're just waiting to hear back on whether or not our funding applications will or will not be approved. We believe that they should be. We satisfy all the qualifications, but again, the dollar amount has been significantly reduced to $4 million from 11.2. In terms of reopening the casinos, We're in the process of discussing and reviewing a memorandum of understanding, or MOU. This MOU, rather than pursuing a legislative solution to the reopening of the casinos, we're hoping this administrative process would work better. This will address the reopening capacity at 50%, 24/7 operations, but we do plan on closing during the overnight shift for 3 to 4 hours for deep cleaning and sanitization. It calls for full deployment of the safety and sanitization programs outlined in our workforce safety program and workplace safety program, I should say, as well as parameters for increasing capacity once we demonstrate to Navajo Nation leadership that we're highly capable, that we're fulfilling all of our responsibilities on protecting our patrons and the Navajo people, and that we're prepared and ready to expand our operations. This MOU has been drafted. It's been shared with Department of Justice. It's not yet in final form, but we're anxious to continue discussions with Navajo Nation leadership on that document. Moving over to slide number 12. 11 is just a category placeholder, just talking about casino activity in the region, Southwest region, and also in the nation. We know that what's best for Navajo doesn't mean that it's the same as what's best for the tribes in the neighboring states. You will see that on slide number 12, Arizona, they've had 19 of their 25 casinos reopened. New Mexico, a lower number, 5 of 21. You see California taking a much different approach. 62 of 67 of their casinos have reopened. Actually, the California Indian Gaming Association met, all the tribal leaders came together, and they pushed back on the governor, Governor Newsom in California, who is trying to shut down the casino operations. The tribe said, no, we're not doing that. We believe in our safety protocols, and they chose to remain open. Nevada, Las Vegas, and Laughlin, they've opened as of June 4th. They had some spikes in the cases of COVID after they opened, but the industry adapted. They made changes and enhancements to their programs. If you move to slide 13, this is just kind of a national snapshot. It shows you that as of right now, 83% of Native American properties are open across the U.S., 17 are still closed. If you incorporate the corporate gaming casinos as well as the Native American operations, a total of 93% of the casinos are open across the U.S. As of today. Going to slide 14, this is just a title slide reviewing the summary of our reopening plan. I think that we've discussed much of this previously with our leaders, but the big bullet, again, I just want to remind everybody, is a special note at the bottom of page 15 where we've engaged these public health officials. They have gone through our plan. We've shared everything with Navajo Nation Department of Health and the Health Command Operations Center. We believe we're more than ready to be able to reopen. We just need to be able to receive our funding, get approval of the MOU, and be able to proceed from there. Honorable Chairman Hino, Vice Chairman Smith, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'd like to return the floor back to you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our initial presentation of this information, sir. Okay.
Appreciate you, Mr. Parrish. With that, committee members, is there a motion?
Yellow hair, motion.
Motion by Delegate to Yellow Hair. Is there a second to accepting the report?
Second by Delegate Elmer Pipigay.
Okay, so Delegate Elmer Pipigay seconds that. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor on accepting the report. Committee members, is there any questions for Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise?
I'll motion everything. Let's go on and approve for the report.
Is there any questions, committee members? I'll call for the question. I'm not hearing any. So with that, I'll call for the question accepting the report. Shalanda, Delegate Jimmy here.
I'll vote green.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Jimmy here votes green. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Shalanda, Delegate Amber Knazpa-Akati. Delegate Amber Knazpa-Akati. Shalanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Shalanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Going back up, Shalanda, Delegate Amber Knazpa-Akati. Delegate Amber Knazpa-Akati. Shalanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So no, yeah, with that, we do have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and 2 BNF committee members not voting also. With that, we move forward. We accepted the report. Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for that report.
Thank
you. And
yeah, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is our controller's report regarding CGA-01-0-21. Ms. Controller Shema, Ms. Perlin Kirk, are you on the line? Is there anybody from the controller's office on the line?
Chair, this is Controller.
Okay, Shane, you're next on our report under item C. And this report is regarding legislation CJA-01-21. And for the part of this report is as far as from the controller's office is the expenditure plan as far as timelines, as far as where are we going to be at when we start spending the allocation that was signed into law by President Nez on heavy equipment and water line projects. So if you would provide the committee regarding this.
So, Chair, Shiaj, other members of the Budget and Finance, I'm not sure if I'm able to give that information because the departments are the ones that initiate all the documents and everything. DCD and the water resources, water management. And so I know from our office, we would just expect, assuming OMB will set up the budget, but all of that has to get initiated by the departments and divisions. AUDO, then DCD, in working with the chapters, they have to initiate all the procurement documents. And all of that has to happen. Obviously, I think there's a timeline of 90 days. So from our office, we wait for all of those documents coming through so that we can make payments. So budgets needs to get set up, and then everybody has to initiate those procurement. So that's what I have. Do you have anything to add? I have Robert Woolley if he has anything else to add.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the budgets got sent to Office of Management and Budget. You might want to have them chime in also to see if anything has been sent to them. I know it did get approved over the weekend, so hopefully those budgets are all getting sent down to Office of Management and Budget. And that's the only thing I have to add right now. Thank you.
So I don't have anything else as a report. So, unless there's other specific questions.
Okay, thank you for that information, Ms. Kirk from the Controller's Office. Committee members, their motion.
I'll motion Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Elmer PBK.
Okay, Delegate Elmer PBK seconds that. So for that, committee members, information you have the Controller's Office. Is there any questions or comments regarding this to the committee? Any comments or questions?
Here, this is Delegate McGay.
Delegate Elmer PBK.
Thank you very much.
Chair Henny or the other members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Aro Shumado, Ms. Kirk. My question is, I think I requested this before. I thought maybe you sent it to us, or maybe you mentioned it. I haven't seen it where through my emails yet. I know through the CARES fundings, and there was some special pay and hazard pay that was made. I know that we requested through you, through Nabaki, and at that time, but you mentioned it that when we're going to see the whole report on maybe by departments. What's the best way to show us that some of these employees that got that pay for hazard pay or special pay at Adiaco? We can see that report. I believe that Navajo Nation fundings. I know it's a federal fundings, but then hit through population, and then through the neck of the car is what's legal. But in the hospital, I think so be car. It is changed at the hotel. So even as Budget and Finance Committee will oversee those fundings. All I can is they do have long. Basically, but the reason why is that we have public safety here, the Hadlong here in Dalcon. I don't in the IC at the down though I don't that we know at the chapters we are do that. I don't have these employees that I seen, that during the pandemic, I see that you cut off the yellow, the young, the yellow, they rearranged some of these offices where they, for example, males are not that jiggy, not so not that jiggy, they just song, not musical. I see other unique or since the net, but Tatahanes can have them the Yaki cow that Tatahato is legal. So they went through quarantine and that's physical. I see need there with that. So even as is there a way that how we can see that that kind of report? That will be my question. Chair.
Controller, Ms. Kirk, do you have a response to that?
Ms. Kirk, I mean, do you have a response to that, Ms.
Can you hear
Controller?
me?
Oh,
Can you hear me? Oh, okay,
yes.
I had to go around the other table. So you want me to respond even though this is separate from the report at hand?
If you could provide a short response.
Okay, Otto Shiaj Delegate Elmer Begay, Benidin Kidigi. We have done reports in the past and we can do it by department. We can do that. The special duty pay, hazard pay. So we don't have a problem doing that. We just can't, I think there's limitations in doing the report with employees' names, unless, you know, I think we've done bonus reports because you wanted to see bonuses, and so there has to be some forms that you have to sign, I believe. I think DOJ will advise on that if you're wanting to look at names, but we can, we've done the department by department before, so we can only do it with what, the other thing, that other clarification I can make is we only do it for which we run payroll for. So there are some certified chapters that run their own payroll, and we only have what we can control, which is essentially the executive branch, the legislative branch, and some of the personnel that work with DCD, the ones we run payroll for. That's all we do reports on.
Okay, thank you for that. Controller.
Chair, I just want to add one more thing. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, my staff was just here. The last report I made by departments, that's what we sent out, I believe, to the full council, and that goes up to December 31. So we sent that out, Isha.
Not hearing any responses, so that will call for the question.
Chair Henio? Vice Chair Smith?
Vice Chair Smith, can you hear me?
Chair Henio, you coming all broken up? Am I on the floor now?
We can hear you. Hello, Vice Chair. We can hear you. If you want to go ahead.
Where's Chair? He's the one that allows us to get on the floor. Waiting for him.
It keeps fading in and out.
Go ahead.
Chair Henio, are you there?
Vice Chair Smith, I think we lost Chair Henio. Shananda, Shita, can you take over as pro temp so I can ask a question?
Budget and Finance Committee, I think Henio is off the line too. So go ahead, Shita.
Okay, first order of business, are we still in quorum since we lost the chair?
Yellow hair, you still there? Chana. Second call. Delegate Yellow hair, are you still on the line? Delegate Crowley.
Okay, I'm on the line. Tele.
Shadeja, are you still with us? Delegate Crowley?
Yes, Shania, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Silja, Delegate Brown. Delegate Brown, are you still on the line with us?
Shania, I see Delegate Brown, but he's on mute. I'm not sure if he's able to unmute, but I see him on the participant list.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I just heard I got unmuted, so I'm still on the line.
Okay, Shina. For responding, Shina, go ahead. I think we still have a quorum.
Thank you for pro temp. The controller OMB. So controller no do big at ne. We had this report this so Shabon it's not an OMB because in Jondo. Hala skito alleged nado Twitter that AI da sata slito and that autos in the President glad the more yes and Bishikaila Yate Oko Hala kid could they have partners in the Yahichi planning meeting though chapter meeting every up there of the state husband for deep in Yagi been state at these net open Hala skito that the no skito ben I don't know so say Kate Nan de Aquata Nisha not so nan China so say nan cha so Yashwalash Ashwada Kada hey I don't know so much to that yado even naturally it has Ani the president Shikai Lado Fishmas and Latasli Ada so when that without a Shinai Kidako OMB does this do Tasata I thought now the dog kiss da we had this door and I kid yeah
Krishna here well Jesus at the beginning of the meeting we had OMB they were on the line so I'm not sure Mr. Bial, are you still on the line or Mr. Shorty from OMB?
Elmer Brigade, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, like committee members. I don't know what's going on. I can hear everybody real clearly. I was trying to say hello, go ahead. But that then so I had to log off and then call back in and finally got me back in again. But right now I believe I heard the last part of Vice Chair Smith's question and to our controller and also to our Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Bial was on the line earlier. Are you still on the line, Mr. Bial? Or Mr. Cordell Shorty? Mr. Dominic Bial or Mr. Cordell Shorty? There needs to be on the line from OMB.
Okay, with that, maybe Ms. Perlene Kurtz, Ms. Controller, I would be able to
Chair, I think you're fading out, but I think you were going to give it back to me to answer as much as I can.
Yes, if you would.
Okay. So kudo OOC do nikin danish del energy yanle alto nalto siya jagi tre bik ahote yanda ilya ado do abonni ho inda ilyeda. So ado be hajisiki ya budget siki sa kon ya set up a dali ako OMB aje ya bedat ado nana ya the departments to divisions ishi he panazla ako chapter ziki da days english DCD she ado ya haji sto arsenal so ebe bedahni procurement nigi the ant in that ya it up in days nista ado there's a reason for it segregation of duties to internal controls ebinina ade I've been on this a daily so I don't hear to this for and in that an eat on ya just do I do epic how check a date don't do a gate I call ya hot out need a bahashne I call ya hate out so that don't not session DCD do water management water resources do hashing so baby the hardly
This is H. Faberson.
Delegate Yellowhair, can you please mute your phone? We can hear you. Now go ahead, Ms. Kurt. Ms. Kurt, go ahead.
That's just us.
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, did you hear me before? Explaining the process?
Yes, we heard
in Navajo.
Until there was an interruption by an unmuted
Okay. Oh, I don't. Yeah, I thought they not this ask could only can done the state OOC. I don't such thing. I be I think yeah that the OMB the DCD that energy. I don't have.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Smith, let me see if I can get OMB on the line again. Office of Management and Budget, Dominic Bial, are you still there? Office of Management and Budget. Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, I believe a lot of your questions would have been answered by OMB, but it seems that they're not on the line right now. So, any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair Henry, did not Vice Chair not.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Controllers, Sutsui had see. Not so Kaido, list open much of the others, what I had, go down, much a be. It's $1,000, oh, by yet, though, oh, what I had, a smaller, or not so say. The card easily, although OMP, so she, the whole, it now, harder, she been much a have the others in there. Oh, but Kate not in the sheet and Harlan, so been not the Shinji guy that quotations of swashed it aliado. Hala a have a day. Oh, I didn't know that the needle. What do we do? Ya shoulder. A coat skito, Lana needs an Ahwis Ahodan, skito. I thought
present bishi kai la ado OMP do controller hashita ya sit ado na nish ya ha Kate na so do nan klada ndede CPMD do ako ebena de shiti de shinanda chair. Okay.
Okay, thank you again, Shinanda, Vice Chair Smith. Back to our controller, Ms. Kurt. Vice Chair Smith requesting a written form of procedures that need to take place. I'm sure you'll be asked the same questions at different committees. And therefore, if you could do a write-up from the controller's office that can maybe a mini press release to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, outlining from the controller's office's perspective of what the procedural steps would be, and each area which office or program or division is responsible for which task, therefore, so we could get this procurement successfully completed before any changes happen within the quotation. So are you able to do that, Shima, Ms. Sterling-Kirk?
I'm not sure what you're asking because everything is according to Navajo law and various policies. I mean, I can't say what OMB does. I think they have their own plan of operations and what they're, what they're supposed to do. I mean, I can just, and I think everybody knows they have to follow procurement. So it seems kind of weird for me to write a memo in this fashion. I mean, if it, I'm trying to understand what you're asking because everybody should be following applicable laws, rules, regulations, and policies and plan of operations. I know what my job is, but I don't know what OMB is supposed to do. But for me to write a memo to say, here, do this, and so does this, and et cetera. So I don't think I've ever been asked to do that also. So, and just because I'm the only one here doesn't mean it should fall on me. I think everybody should expect OMB to be here and have DCD here as well.
Well, Ms. Controller, Ms. Kurt, the committee is asking you for this request, and we expect it to happen as far as from the controller's office's perspective, is what I'm asking for.
Okay, so we'll write a memo as to what we do.
We'll include that as part of the acceptance of the report. Vice Chair Smith, if you would, when we do the report acceptance.
Chair, we can write a memo
committee members, are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'll call for the question on accepting the report. Vice Chair Smith, as far as the feedback from the controller's office, are you satisfied with that feedback?
Chair, though, Shinanda Naso Tanigi Ostana Skizome Hasne. I doubt you had see a co epic on us so the Kaido, listen that you be asking. Although OMP story what I have been artos is a co artist ego. Nine nish be asking a co dona can leader. Arco night kidako. Allow the deal Casado cut on the deal Hispanic. Additional edition and add an Osinigi. A co a not so she Batole. Hashiko, Biga. Fair.
Chair Kinyo, this is Peggy.
With that, committee members, any further questions or comments? Hold on. Are there any further questions or comments, committee members?
This is Delegate Yellowhead, Chair.
Delegate Yellowhead, go ahead.
Chair, Arnold Smith, that's right. For me, the way they should do it is between the OMP and also our controller. They need to probably get together and do something about it because of these equipments were already made through the process around mostly these equipment are local, but maybe Dr. Yelman should also include that y'all know we all go by procurement. They did went on procurement. These are just local. Okay, they need to be work together so we don't have to go through another procurement. Let's do it once and for all to process these heavy equipment machines instead of waiting. How about that we should start off with the Dr. Yeoman to because it's goes on out to control it from there on. Audit, check it, when we review, then to don't be off. They need to do something about it. So these can be purchased immediately. Hey, Josh, yes, kid, all that. Fantastic kids, all this it's not on a chair. The rest of not on a chair. The vice chair, my colleagues, being that committee. Thank you. I'll go back and mute now. Hope you guys understand.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Back to the committee. Any further questions or comments? Afternoon, Peggy. Do you have something to add to the conversation here?
Chair and members of the committee, OMB is back on the call.
Okay. OMB, Mr. Bial, are you back on the line with us? OMB, Mr. Cordell Shorty or Mr. Bial, are you back on the line with us? Then there's no response. So I'll call for the question on accepting this report. Shananda, Delegate Jimmy over here.
How about green?
Okay. Delegate Jimmy over here votes green. Shananda, Vice Chair Smith.
What? So should I put out on this green?
Chairman Henry,
Okay.
I'll just call a point of
We're
privilege.
voting now.
It sounds like OMB. I hear Dominic Bial and I see him on the Zoom. I'm not sure, Chair, if I could call a point of privilege and so we could hear from OMB. Thank you. I understand we're voting.
Mr. Bial, are you back on the line with us?
Yes, I am. That's what I was saying a minute ago.
No, we couldn't hear you, sir. If you would speak up. Okay. With that, I'll put the voting on hold right now. There was some questions from Vice Chair Smith regarding the process as far as the procurement part of this question, the report. And our controller, Ms. Perlin Kirk, has already indicated that there is a process that involves the community development, Office of Management Budget, and then at the end, with the controller making the with all necessary documentation in place, the payment will be made to complete that procurement of the heavy equipment. So therefore, as far as from the Office of Management and Budget's perspective, it is what is needed. How do we make this move forward so we don't have to wait till springtime or summertime and chapters are still waiting for these procurement to be completed. It seems like we're always up here in the Window Rock area that always keeping things. So how can OMB help with this process?
Okay, Mr. Chair. First of all, OMB received a copy of the line item vetoed resolution yesterday. So there really hasn't been time yet to fully review it, assess it, and determine what the appropriate next action is. So therefore, I'll just speak generally. All of the chapter projects are administered by DCD. So they would initiate the whatever the required information, documentation that might be needed, including budgets and so forth. And once those are submitted, then we go ahead and set up the budgets. So the various projects, be they chapter projects or water projects from DNR, then they're ready to get going, to get rolling. So as I said, because we just got it, we'll do that very soon, maybe in the next day or so.
and be sure that DCD and DNR and any other appropriate entities involved are aware that the funding has now been approved with certain line item vetoes and it's ready to go. So, Mr. Chair, committee members, that really quick is what we would typically do and what we would do in this case, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Bial, with that, committee members, you've heard from the Office of Management and Budget, and as far as what process they need to follow to move this legislation or this bill that has been signed into law forward and get the procurement process complete. Are there any questions for Mr. Bial, committee members?
This is Delegate Yellow here, today. Between Mr. Bial's office, OMB, and also Dr. Yellowman from the DCDC office, they need to work together. I think Dr. Yellowman needs to check off that everything's okay and put maybe a letterhead on the following. The budget is fine and ready to go for to purchase these equipment, something like that. So put in the hands of Dr. Yellowman. Between Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Don Bial's staff need to have a meeting so this can be processed immediately before it takes us down to Mr. Kurt's office. So that's right there. They need help out there from a county office of the controller. They can't Dr. Yellowman, I think I think a process and let Mr. Bial know if need all this. Hey, I want to any questions? My recommendation out of the big thank you to the chair. Go back on mute now.
Any other comments or questions, committee members for OMB? Okay, with that, we do have OMB and our controller office on the line, and just need to ask the two divisions to work and together, and also to work with community development to move this legislation CGA-01-0/21 to get it, to make it happen, because our chapters are looking, they're waiting, and we do not want to prolong this. So even though we can easily say, well, I'm here, but where are the other two? Where is everybody at? We can't just sit and wait. We need to start doing some outreach and tell them, let's come to the table and let's make this happen. And we need to make it happen for our chapters. Our constituents out there are waiting. And the longer we wait, the price of those quotes might go up, and that's what I'm afraid of. Because those quotations are current, I believe. But the longer we wait, the price of everything might go up again. We'll be sitting here saying that we're short. So that, committee members, we are in the middle of voting on accepting the report. Delegate Amber, do you have a question or comment before I ask you to vote?
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, and I appreciate the recognizing the point of privilege. If we could request the OMB memo, I think that was the initial request. Thank you, Chairman Henyo, and I vote green. Thank you.
Okay, along with that green vote, Mr. Bial, did you get that information, that request from the Budget and Finance Committee as far as a memo regarding what needs to take place?
We can do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, we do have, for the record, Delegate Amber Chinelso votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
My Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. For the record, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Should I vote green?
Okay, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. So for the record, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, accepting the report. With that,
Chair,
members, yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Here last Nanta, the Sintagilo, Fishmason, ENF, directive instate, motion state directive.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
I'd like to make a directive, OMB, though, CPMD, though, controller. The art, but if you had a CCO, that's a state of Ninko. I call that not the most. It's a Ninko. Directive, is the local controller had Tito, OMB had Tito, Kutat, LA, Nishto, CCMD, Senina behind seat, last Sagi, chair. Ada Yaha, so Tito, and now Yaha, like those leader. Glad that Nado, that they don't understand. Okay, without directive, station, should not add on affinity, out of casting. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, there's a directive on the floor. Is there a second, committee members?
Second, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yes, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Second that motion. So back to our staff, Peggy, did you get that directive? Do you have it kind of tight? Delegate Jimmy Harrison, can you please mute your phone again?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Peggy, did you get that directive?
What was that? I didn't hear you.
Did you get that directive from Vice Chair Smith?
When he was talking earlier about a directive or to get a memo from the controller's office, is that what you mean?
No, he just issued a directive now. There's a motion and second on that directive.
Okay.
Did you get that directive?
Could you repeat it, please?
Ramona, did you get that directive? You're recording.
Yes, Chairman, I got the directive on the recording.
Okay, just if you would share that with Peggy and get that directive and as part of the minutes here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. On that directive, any questions or comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber, Councilor Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just need clarification. I heard because we're talking about OMB controller, and then Vice Chair mentioned CPMD. If we could get clarification, or is it Dr. Pearl Yellowman as Executive Director of Community Development? Thank you, Chair, for that clarification.
With that, Vice Chair Smith, you will provide clarification on your directive. Vice Chair Smith?
Oh, Shananda, hello, sir. Just give me a second, please. Sure. Kajito Lesa Nanda, Chair Henio, Shemayazi on the question directive clarification. The clarification is to have OMB and OOC and also Dr. Yellowman's shop expedite this so that they can get together and make sure that everything's in order before the next week falls, because we need to get these things taken care of ASAP, whatever is necessary to get this going, because it sounds like it takes 3 of them to do it. OMB, OOC, and Dr. Yellerman. So that's my directive, to get that taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that clarification. Back to Shinanta, Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crotty. Does that help you with the clarification?
Thank you, Chair. That sounds perfect. Ready to vote.
Shina. So this on the directive, Vice Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. How do you vote?
I'll vote green. I'll vote green today.
Shina, Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yeller here votes green. Shinanta, Vice Chair Smith.
Green, Delegate.
Shina. Shinanta, Delegate Yeller here. Can you mute your phone, please? Okay, Shinanta, Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Vice Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Shinanta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Okay, Shinanta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes red. Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
J.O. Green.
Okay. For the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. So on the vote tally, we do have 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Chair not voting. The directive motion passes. So therefore, today we are complete with our agenda item for reports, and now we need to move forward to next item on our old business. There's none. The new business, we do have one legislation. Peggy, if you would read that legislation. But Peggy, who's the sponsor to this legislation?
Eugenia Charles Newton is the sponsor of this legislation.
Okay. Shinanta, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, are you on the line with us? Shinanta, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, are you on the line? First call. Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, second call. Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, third and final call. Peggy, are there any co-sponsors?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I just see her name on the legislation.
Okay, I can't allow for that, and there's no sponsor. Committee member.
The committee got members. Yes. You all got copies of the legislation, right?
Yes,
double check.
Yes, we always get your email. I got your email.
Okay, just checking because I send it out.
Katrina, thank you for that. And there's no sponsor, committee members. And this was first only legislation on our agenda. We do have an action item, which is been added to the agenda, which is to request Navajo Police Department Chief Francisco and his lieutenants to provide a report to the Budget and Finance Committee on February 16, 2021, regarding the Navajo Nation E911 proposal. So with that, committee members, is there a motion?
Delegate Cardio, motion.
Okay,
Delegate
Amber Knudsen-Crotty votes. The motion is that. Is there a second by Shinata Delegate Jimmy Yeller? Any questions or comments, committee members, regarding this action item?
Shinanta, Chair Henio, Asasasi.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Akoshi, Shemayaza, could you also include in that report the status of the move to the headquarters in Hatatzil? They were talking about closing down the current headquarters in Wonder Rock because of the condition, and they were looking at Hatatzil as a place to utilize because there's buildings over there. I'd like to have that also included. Ashwada, thank you.
With that request of Shinanta, Delegate Member Knezba-Crowdy, with this request, are you good with that?
Absolutely. If we could include Vice Chair's request. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. With that, Shinanta, Delegate Jamil here. Ashwila.
Hey, I concur. Very important. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. With that, Peggy, did you get that request also?
I believe so. Is that do you mean that the Window Rock District is going to be utilizing Na'Dzi as their temporary headquarters?
So,
just for clarification.
If they could provide that information on the February 16th, you're right on target.
Okay.
I'll get you now. With that, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding this action item? Tonight, I'll call for the questions. And Delegate Jamil here.
I'll vote green today.
Okay. Delegate Jamil here votes green. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. For the record, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Should I vote green?
Okay, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Therefore, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have this action item as passed. Although from there, committee members, there's no other item on our agenda and there are new business. So we move down to close the business. Adjournment to the Peggy.
Hi, sorry to interrupt you, but I thought that one of the other amendments was to schedule a report on February 16th from the controller regarding CAP 3518, their expenditure report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm doing this by memory. So with that, we do have another action item, committee members. And this action item is, again, for February 16th, 2021's Budget Finance Committee meeting. I believe this wasn't an action item. This was a request, Peggy. Delegate Yellowhair just requested that you contact the controller and to provide that report as with this action item, may specifically requested to be an action item. So with that, Peggy, this was a request and part of accepting the agenda to have you put the controller on the agenda and therefore providing that report.
I guess I misunderstood, Chair, because I thought that all those were action items. Okay, and that's how I posted the agenda to the approved agenda.
Okay, I'll get you now. With that, committee members, let's move forward to close the session. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, Yellowhair.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. The second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Thank you.
And we do. It is 2:30 or 2:27 p.m. So with that, motion to adjourn. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. How do you vote?
I vote green today. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Green. Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy votes green. Be well, colleagues. Be safe.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, Delegate Amber Knezba-Crowdy votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
For the record, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Vote green.
Oh, green. Okay, with that, for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. So we do have a motion to adjourn. Vote tally is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And we do are hereby adjourned at 2:28 p.m. on February 2nd, 2021. Kihala committee members for all the discussions and your input and being with us today. Kihala, everybody take care and be safe out there. Kihala.
Chair Pino, I need the location